priekšsēdētāja, bet šī vieta ir tiešām tā, kur ir vērts redzēt, kur ir vērts apskatīt ne tikai attālināti, bet arī klātienē. Man prieks, ka mums ir izdevies norganizēt šādu semināru, gan sadarbībā ar Ārlietu ministriju, gan sadarbībā ar platformu, gan sadarbībā ar Ogres novada pašvaldību. Jo vairāk partneru faktiski iesaistās, manuprāt, jebkurā no pasākumiem, jo katram pasākumam ir lielāka pievienotā vērtība. Lielāka pievienotā vērtība, kura nākotnē noteikti dod daudz plašāku skatu uz to vai citu problēmu, daudz labāku risinājumu, kā mums strādāt, kā mums domāt, kā mums dzīvot. Par šiem stāstiem. Arī stāsts sākās no vārda, stāsts turpinās ar teikumu, ar rindkopu un ar ideju. Un stāsti var būt dažādi. Stāsti var būt par zaļo jomu, kas šobrīd ir ļoti atbalstīta un aktuāla arī no Eiropas komisijas, tāpat kā par digitālo jomu. Stāsti var būt arī pasakā. Un tieši šorīt, man jāsaka, ir vēl viens stāsts, kas ir turpinājies šeit Ogrē, jo Ogre bija tā, kura sevi lēnām pozicionēja kā tādu ļoti izrotātu Ziemassvētku pilsētu, tad šobrīd stāsts ir turpinājies ar mūsu latviešu autores Margaritas Stārastes radītajām pasakām, kuras var dzirdēt šeit pat pie Ogres kultūras centra, un ar tām var iepazīties gan Ogres iedzīvotāji, gan viesi iebraucēji šeit. Un tie ir šie stāsti. Tie ir šie stāsti, kas mūs dara labākus, bagātākus, kas mums dod iespēju arī šī gadījumā runājot par pasakām, padomāt par mūsu bērnību. Vēlreiz es gribu teikt paldies visiem, kas piedalās šajā hibrīda seminārā, gan klātienē, gan attālināti. Protams, es ceru uz to laiku, kad mēs varēsim strādāt atkal kopā vienā telpā, apmainīties ar viedokļiem, veidot stāstus nākotnē, veidot tos stāstus, kurus mēs kopā risināsim nākamajā 2022. Gadā. Veiksmīgu visiem darba dienu un ceru, ka arī viedokļi izskanējušie būs tikai un vienīgi noderīgi un izmantojami arī ikdienas darbā. Paldies!
Un sākam mūsu stāstu sesiju, bet es vispirms gribētu teikt, ja jums ir kādi jautājumi radušies šo stāstu laikā, tad lūdzu ierakstiet tos čatā, mēs tos savāksim un mēģināsim uz tiem atbildēt. Lai pasaka kļūtu par īstenību, lai iecerē kļūt par īstenību, ir nepieciešams atbalsts. Un šāds atbalsts attīstības sadarbībai ir bijis iespējams un būs iespējams arvien plašāk. Un par to mums pastāstīs Madara Siliņa, Latvijas Republikas Ārlietu ministrijas attīstības sadarbības politikas nodaļas vadītāja. Lūdzu, Madara.
Labrīt visiem! Sveiciens no Rīgas. Ļoti žēl, ka nevar būt klāt pie jums Ogrē. Un patiesi ir liels prieks piedalīties šajā pasākumā, jo Latvijas Pašvaldības savienība ir ilglaicīgs ārlietu ministrijas partneris attīstības, sadarbības un globālās izglītības projektos. Un arī pašvaldības un decentralizācija ir svarīgi labas pārvaldības un attīstības sadarbības mērķi. Liels paldies Kaminska kungam par ievadvārdiem un paldies arī lieliskajai pašvaldības savienības komandai par šī pasākuma rīkošanu. Un tikšanās arī ir ļoti laikā, jo tikko ir noslēdzies Austrumu partnerības samits, kas apstiprināja Eiropas Savienības atbalstu stabilitātei, labklājībai un reformām Austrumu partnerības reģionā un kopīgiem darbiem šo mērķu un globālo reģionālo izaicinājumu sasniegšanai, kā arī uzsver uz demokrātiju, likumu varu un teritoriālo integritāti visām valstīm. Un man liels prieks, kad samita deklarācija arī spilgti atzīmēja pašvaldību un korlīpu nozīmi piemēram, iestājoties arī par ārpus galvaspilsētu attīstību, tā izskatā ilgtspējīgu lauksaimniecību un pārtikas ražošanu, kā arī atzīmēja klimata pārmaiņu nozīmi, par ko jūs ar šodien runāsiet. Un arī iekļaujoša pārvaldība ir prioritāte, pilsoniskās sabiedrības iesaisti, kur Latvijas Pašvaldības aktīvi strādā, jo īpaši vietējā līmenī. Un, protams, atbildīga, caurspīdīga un efektīva publiskā pārvalde visos līmeņos, kā arī dzimuma līdztiesība. No Latvijas, tāpat kā Eiropas Savienības puses, mēs šos mērķus atbalstam, un, kā jau tik minēts pirms tam, praktiski šis atbalsts tiek sniegts caur attīstības sadarbības instrumentiem un Austrumu partnerības kontekstā, jo īpaši Gruzijai, Ukrainai un Moldovai, kā arī par cik mums ir Kirgistānas kolēģi, tad arī Centrālā Azija atzīmējuši, jo šie abi reģioni ir mūsu prioritārie reģioni attīstības sadarbībā. Un atbalsta sniegšana šīm valstīm ir ļoti svarīgs ārpolitikas instruments, lai uzlabotu šo valstu ekonomisko, politisko un iedzīvotāju labklājību mums tuvākos un tālākos reģionos. Jo tikai, ja mūsu kaimiņi kaimiņi būs droši un pārticīgi, arī mēs paši tādi būsim. Un attīstības sadarbības politiku ārlietu ministrija īsteno jau 17 gadus kopš iestāšanās Eiropas Savienībā. Un Austrumu partnerība vienmēr ir bijusi mūsu fokusā, nevelti šogad 60% no visa divpusējā atbalsta ir bijis tieši šīm valstīm. Bet Centrālā Azija arī tad ir nākamais reģions. Un ģeogrāfiski šīs prioritātes ir atkārtoti arī apstiprinātas attīstības sadarbības politikas pamatnostādnēs 2021. Un 2027. gadam. Šeit arī ir jāatzīmē, ka Pašvaldības savienība aktīvi iesaistījās šo pamatnostādņu izstrādē. Papildus jau nosauktajām valstīm es vēlos atzīmēt arī Baltkrieviju, kur pēc 2020. gada augusta notikumiem mēs arī esam iesaistījušies demokrātisko procesu veicināšanā, sniedzot atbalstu pilsoniskai sabiedrībai, kā arī esam gatavi sniegt visaptvarošu atbalstu ekonomiskai un sociālai transformācijai, Baltkrievijai iestājoties uz demokrātisko reformu ceļu. Un mūsu tematiskās prioritātes, kad mēs runājam par stāstiem, izriet no ANO ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķiem, un Austrumu partnerības kontekstā mēs īpaši izceļam labu pārvaldību, kas ir ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķis numur 16, administratīvās kapacitātes stiprināšanu, tiesiskumu, arī decentralizāciju un cīņu pret korupciju un dezinformāciju. Otrs ilgtspējīgas attīstības mērķis, ko mēs uzsveram, ir labs darbs un ekonomiskā izaugsme. Tostarp veicinot uzņēmēju darbību un stiprinot eksporta spēju un lauka attīstību, par ko arī pašvaldības patiesībā ir ļoti zinošas. Tad 4. mērķis, kas ir kvalitatīva izglītība, un visbeidzot 13. mērķis klimata jautājumu. Un jāatzīmē, ka jaunajos politikas plānošanas dokumentos mēs īpaši esam izcēluši arī digitalizāciju kā attīstības veicinātāju, jo tas ir instruments, caur kuru mēs varam inovatīvus un pārbaudītus digitālus risinājumus izmantot, lai efektīvi veicinātu valsts pārvaldes un sabiedrības līdzdalību lēmumu pieņemšanā un jaunu ekonomisko iespēju radīšanā. Un tā kā šodienas pasākums ir par stāstiem, izejot no šī te ievada, vēlējos ar jums dalīties ar pāris piemēriem, kas no ministrijas puses ir bijuši atbalstīti tieši reģionā. Un es ceru, ka tas iedvesmos Latvijas pašvaldības un arī mūsu partnervalstu pašvaldības aktīvāk strādāt un turpināt iesaistīties mūsu projektos, ar ko es noslēgšu runu. Un, piemēram, jūs paši kā nākamo runātāju esat ielikuši ekonomisko izaugsmu un sociālo uzņēmēju darbību, kas arī ir viena no mūsu prioritātēm, un man ir liels prieks atzīmēt, ka reģionā mums ir vairāk sociālās uzņēmēju darbības projekti, kas strādā gan Ukrainā, gan Gruzijā, veicinot gan sektoru pilnveidi un digitalizāciju un zaļāku un resursu efektīvāku saimniecisko darbību. Tāpat arī tiek veicināt šo uzņēmumu iesaiste valstu attīstībā. Atgriežoties atpakaļ pie digitalizācijas, Ukrainā atkal mūsu stāsts ir Latvijā labi zināmais Latvijas lauku konsultāciju centrs, kas sniedz atbalstu mazajiem un vidējiem uzņēmumiem caur digitālajiem rīkiem, palīdzot viņiem apgūt Eiropas Savienības standartus un veicināt viņu eksporta spēju. Un tāpat arī Latvijas Tirzniecības un Rūpniecības kamera strādā Ukrainā, sniedzot atbalstu Ukrainas integrācijai Eiropas vietējā tirgu un palīdzot viņiem ar padomu, ko mēs paši pavisam nesen arī īstenojām. Vēl viens punkts, kas jums ir ielikts darba kārtībā, ir zaļais turisms un vēsturiskais mantojums, kas ir kā atspērienu punkts attīstībai. Arī šeit no Moldovas man ir lielisks piemērs, kur Latvijas organizācija biedrība risinājuma darbinīca kopš 2017. Gada atbalsta pilsoniskās sabiedrības iesaisti lauku attīstības uzlabošanas procesos un lai palielinātu pilsoniskās sabiedrības iesaisti lauku attīstībā. Šis projekts tiek īstenots kopā ar Eiropas Savienību. Un man jāatzīmē, ka gan Latvijas īstenotāji Austrumu partnerības reģionā ļoti aktīvi strādā arī ar Eiropas Savienības resursiem twinning projektos un iesaistās dažādos līmeņos. Tāpat arī Latvijas standarts un mūsu uzņēmums Tilde, kas izmanto inovatīvus risinājumus mašīnu tulkošanā, palīdz Gruzijas standartu aģentūrai pārtulkot visus Eiropas Savienības standartus vieglākai integrācijai un sadarbībai gruzīņu valodā. Un tā kā arī latviešu valoda ir salīdzinoši maza valoda, tad šis rīks tiek arī aktīvi izmantots, lai palīdzētu ne tikai pārtulkot standartus, bet arī maksimāli ātri cīnīties ar dezinformāciju un pārnest jebkādus nepieciešamos instrumentus gruzīņu valodā. Un tāpat caur attīstības sadarbības instrumentiem mēs īpaši uzmanību pievēršam jauniešiem, kur arī pašvaldības ir aktīvas. Un tieši šodien notiek izlaidums vienai no mūsu ilglaicīgajām programmām, ko mēs ieviešam no 2014. Gada, proti Rīgas juridiskās augstskolas mācību programma jaunajiem līderiem un publiskās pārvaldes dalībniekiem, kur programmu jau ir absolvējuši vairāk nekā 240 Austrumu partnerības pārstāvji, kā arī Kirgistānas pārstāvji. Un noteikti pašvaldības dalībnieku jūsu partneru vidū no partnervalstīm ir kāds cilvēks, kas šo programmu ir absolvējis. Ja ne, droši uz nākamo izlaidumu aiciniet viņus pieteikties, jo jaunieši ir mūsu nākotne un pašvaldībās tieši tāpat. Tāpat arī sniedzam atbalstu studentiem Ukrainā, kur arī Latvijas universitātē mācās. Un, protams, laba pārvaldība un likuma vara ir pats galvenais Latvijas attīstības sadarbības politikas mērķis, jo īpaši mūsdienu apstākļos, kad ir svarīgi stiprināt demokrātiju. Un tātad Ukrainā mēs strādājam ar tiesu administrāciju, kur palīdzam ieviest e-risinājumus tiesu darba procesos, kas arī Covid kontekstā ir ļoti svarīgi. Valsts kontrole aktīvi strādā gan Gruzijā, gan Ukrainā, gan Moldovā, stiprinot augstāko revīzijas iestāžu kapacitātes. Un Satversmes tiesa sniedz atbalstu kā Moldovas, tā Ukrainas augstākās tiesas instancēm. Un vēl viens svarīgs aspekts, kas mūsdienās ir neatsverams, ir, protams, arī dezinformācija un sabiedrības noturēt spēju pret šādiem rīkiem. Tādēļ arī mediju izcilības centrs strādā visās Austrumu partnerības valstīs, veicinot sabiedrības noturību pret dezinformāciju un arī attīstot mediju pratību. Un, protams, arī Covid kontekstā mēs sniedzam atbalstu mūsu tuvākajiem kaimiņiem un partneriem. Šogad Paules Stradiņa Klīniskās universitātes slimnīca palīdzēja Moldovas slimnīcām strādāt ar sabiedrības izpratni, kā rīku cīņā ar dezinformāciju un arī pandēmijas apkarošanā. Līdzīgu darbu viņi veica arī pagājušajā gadā Kirgistānā, vairāk koncentrējoties tieši uz laboratoriju attīstību. Un, protams, Austrumu partnerības valstīm mēs nododam arī vakcīnas. Gan Moldova, gan Gruzija ir saņēmusi mūsu ziedojumus. Un vēl viens aspekts, par ko jūs runāsiet, ir globālā izglītība, kas šoreiz es citēšu parlamentāro sekretāru, kura pavisam nesen runāja globālās izglītības nedēļā, kad mēs arvien vairāk izjūtam pasaules savstarpējo sasaisti, globālās izglītības nozīmi ikdienā. Ik viens cilvēks jūt pandēmiju un karu un autoritāšu tendenci pieaugumu, mēs redzam caur bēgļu plūsmām un mūsu uzņēmēji arī ar tirzniecības apgrūtinājumiem. Un visas šīs iespējas, visus šos izaicinājumus ir iespējams risināt tikai ar kopīgiem spēkiem. Un ir liels prieks novērot, kad sabiedrības atbalsts Latvijā attīstības sadarbības politikai ik gadu palielinās. Atbilstoši statistikas datiem, kas nāk no Eirobarometra, vairāk nekā puse Latvijas iedzīvotāju atzīmē, ka nabadzības novēršanai mazāk attīstītajās valstīs ir jābūt vienai no galvenajām Eiropas Savienības prioritātēm. Turpat trešdaļa uzskata, ka te ir jābūt vienai no Latvijas valdības galvenajām prioritātēm. Un šie rādītāji ir tieši novērtējums gan jūsu turpmākajām diskusijām, gan mūsu kopīgajam darbam, skaidrot sabiedrībai, kādēļ šī politika ir jāīsteno, kā pasaule ir saistīta un kā mūsdienās viens nav cīnītājs. Un mēs turpināsim atbalstīt jūsu un citu partneru īstenotās sabiedrības informēšanas aktivitātes, jo tikai kopā mēs varam būt spēcīgi un attīstīti. Un runājot par nākamajiem soļiem, kā jau tika minēts, mums 2022. gads ir tāds robežšķirtnes gads, kur mēs ļoti aktīvi kopīgi esam strādājuši, kad ir materializējušies vairāk mūsu ilgtermiņa mērķi. No vienas puses mēs esam uzsākuši darbu, lai veidot Latvijas attīstības sadarbības aģentūru, kas veicinātu vēl lielākā līmenī Latvijas labās prakses un radīto risinājumu pārnes plašākā mērogā. Un no otras puses, 2022. gadā ievērojami pieaugs attīstības sadarbības budžets, un attiecīgi šie papildus resursi ļaus daudz plašāk īstenot Latvijas attīstības sadarbības politiku un dalīties ar mūsu labo un arī slikto praksi, kā bija minēts, un Latvijā radītajiem risinājumiem. Tā kā sadarboties? Īsumā mūsu durvis ir atvērtas, mūsu e-pasta un telefoni ir pieejami arī mājaslapā, un Latvijas Pašvaldības Savienības kolēģi mūs ļoti labi zina. Rakstiet projektus. Šogad projektu pieteikumus mēs plānojam izsludināt jau gada sākumā. Ar prieku konsultēsim. Un ļoti cerams, ka šie pāris stāsti no lielās bildes palīdzēs jums iedvesmoties un attīstīt arī sadarbības projektus, jo, protams, pašvaldību ikdienas sadarbība un pilsētu sadraudzības ir ļoti labs pirmais solis, lai sāktu arī attīstības sadarbības projektus tādās lielākā mērogā. Un es ļoti ceru, ka Pašvaldības Savienības kolēģi dalīsies arī ar savu pieredzi, kā viņi ļoti veiksmīgi ir strādājuši gan Gruzijā, gan Kirgistānā, gan Ukrainā, gan Moldovā. Un paldies par iespēju piedalīties un ar prieku klausīšos jūsu pieredzē.
Paldies Madarai par iedvesmojošu stāstījumu. Es ceru, ka daudzi izmanto šīs te iespējas, ko piedāvā attīstības sadarbības finansējums Latvijā. Un tagad, ja ir kādi jautājumi, tad vēlreiz atgādinu, lūdzu, čatā, ja, un mēs tos pēc tam šiem te referentiem dosim tālāk. Agrāk bija tāds teiciens: rīkojies lokāli, domā globāli. Un, ja domā globāli, rīkojies lokāli. Izdarot daudzas labas lietas šeit uz vietas, mēs padaram labāku arī pasauli. Tagad šis teiciens ir piepildījies ar tādu zaļas domāšanas saturu un attīstības izglītības saturu. Taču mums ir arī labi piemēri par to, kā mēs šeit stiprinot vietējo sabiedrību un šeit uz vietas domājot zaļi varam dot piemēru, lai pasaule kļūtu labāka. Un tāpēc vārds Danai Bārbelei, tātad Ogres valstspilsētas domes izpilddirektora vietniecei par šiem labas prakses piemēriem. Lūdzu.
Labrīt visiem. Varbūt es varētu palūgt lūdzu nošērot šo te prezentāciju, jo man no manas puses īsti neizdosies. Jā, labrīt visiem vēlreiz. Esmu Dana Bārbela, Ogres pašvaldības izpilddirektora vietniece. Un šodien es jūs sveicu Ogres pašvaldības vārdā no Mīnhenes. Arī mēs, kā varbūt tāda sākotnēji neliela pašvaldība, administratīvas teritoriālās reformas ietvaros, esam izauguši par lielu un spēcīgu pašvaldību. Arī diezgan plaši sadarbojamies ar Austrumu Eiropas valstīm. Un sevī nesam vienmēr tādu savu veidu misiju. Mūsu misijas ietvaros ir cilvēks. Tāpēc mēs jau vairākus gadus palīdzam arī karā cietušajām ģimenēm no Ukrainas, bet arī neaizmirstot par saviem vietējiem cilvēkiem. Un viens no šādiem iespējas sadarbības un palīdzības veidiem ir arī sociālā uzņēmējdarbība. Nākamo slaidu, lūdzu. Tad, kad mēs runājam par sociālo uzņēmējdarbību, mēs neretaiz vārda sociāls nedzirdam vārdu uzņēmējdarbība, bet domājot par pirmo vārdu, parasti mēs domājam par palīdzību. Sociāls, tas ir cilvēks, kam ir mūždien vajadzīga kaut kāds atbalsts, kaut kāds pabalsts, kaut kāda palīdzība. Bet sociālā uzņēmējdarbība vai varētu būt saistīta ar aktīvo sportu, vai mēs redzam sociālajā uzņēmējdarbībā, ka tā dod iespēju cilvēkiem ar dažādām kustību traucējumiem sevi pilnveidot. Varam iet uz priekšu. Un šis ir tāds ļoti unikāls stāsts Latvijā, Baltijā un aizsākums arī vairāk kaut kur Eiropā. Ogres pašvaldība sadarbojoties ar vietējo iedzīvotāju iniciatīvu par Ogres vecupas attīstību bija priekšlikuma, kad vajadzētu izveidot aktīvās atpūtas vietu, kur cilvēkiem pavadīt brīvo laiku. Uzklausot iedzīvotāju idejas, mēs izsludinājām konkursu, dodot priekšroku iznomāt šo teritoriju pie Ogres vecupas pludmales, bet priekšroku dodot inovatīvām idejām un sociāli atbildīgām idejām. Konkursa rezultātā par uzvarētāju tika atzīts sociālais uzņēmums Sijā kustības brīvība, kas piedāvāja cilvēkiem ar invaliditāti unikālu iespēju pavadīt brīvo laiku uz speciāli veidotiem subdēļiem, kas agrāk likās nekad varbūt šiem cilvēkiem ratiņkrēslā nepieejams, kopš šīs vasaras viņi var pavadīt brīvo laiku uz ūdens. Un tā ir sociālā uzņēmējdarbība, kuras centrā ir ne tikai veiksmīgs uzņēmums un šī peļņas gūšana, bet cilvēks. Ejam uz priekšu, lūdzu. Tāpat arī, ja mēs domājam par paaugstījumu ražošanu, par šūšanu, materiālu, skaistuma lietu sievietēm, varbūt arī vīriešiem, vai mēs aiz tā redzam sociālo uzņēmējdarbību? Un atbilde ir jā. Arī šeit var būt sociālā uzņēmējdarbība. Tā ne tikai iespēja cilvēkiem, kas ir, atkal jau gribētos teikt, ar garīgu vai fiziski rakstura traucējumiem veikt kādus darbus, vai tie varētu būt ilgstošie bezdarbnieki, vai seniori, vai ieslodzījumi iznākušie, bet šeit nāk arī palīdzība dabai. Palīdzība dabai tādā ziņā, kad materiāls, no kā tiek ražots šie paukostīmi, ir okeānā savāktie atkritumi, pārstrādāti ļoti īpašā veidā, ražot materiālu, no kā var veidot paukostīmus. Šujot šos paukostīmus, iegādājoties viņus, mēs ne tikai skaisti izskatāmies, bet arī palīdzam dabai atveseļoties. Un arī tā ir sociālā uzņēmējdarbība. Nākamais slaids. Sociālā uzņēmējdarbība, tā varētu arī būt darba integrācija. Cilvēki ir ieinteresēti savest uzņēmēju kopā ar personu, kam ir vajadzīga palīdzība darba meklējumos. Un nevis tāpēc, ka viņš nevar atrast darbu, bet tāpēc, ka viņu īsti negrib neviens ņemt darbā. Ja mēs esam jauns veidojošs uzņēmums, kas mēģina atrast savu vietu konkurencē starp citiem uzņēmumiem, kā teikt, mūsdienās nežēlīgās ekonomikas vidū, ja mums izdodas izcīnīt šo konkurenci un sākam meklēt jaunus cilvēkus, ko ņemt darbā, mēs bieži aizdomājamies, kas varētu paņemt invalīdu, kas varētu paņemt kādu minoritāšu grupu pārstāvi, kas varētu paņemt darbā pie sevis kādu bāreni, atkal vai kādu no ieslodzījuma. Nē, mēs gribam par spēcīgiem cilvēkiem domāt, bet arī šie cilvēki var, grib un mācās strādāt. Un Latvijā ir sociālais uzņēmums Liberty, šeit ir mazliet paspēsts uz priekšu, kas veido tādas konferences, kurā tiek savesti kopā uzņēmēji ar personām ar īpašām vajadzībām, vēl var viens slaidiņus priekš, un māca profesijas. Un arī mēs Ogrē, uzsākot sociālo uzņēmēju darbību, sapratām, ka šiem cilvēkiem, kas ir ar īpašām vajadzībām, pirmām kārtām, viņi nav tie, kas skrien meklēt šo darba sludinājumu, jo viņi baidās, ka viņi varētu nepieņemt darbā. Viņš nav tā sabiedrības grupa, ko meklē. Bet ar viņiem strādājot, mācot arodu, ļaujot viņiem noticēt, ka viņi ir tāda paša sabiedrības daļa, kā mēs visi pārējie. Viņi uzdrīkstas, viņi ienāk mūsu sabiedrības vidū, viņi sāk strādāt, un tad no virtuves strādnieka ar lielu lepnumu iziet arī zālē un apkalpo jebkuru apmeklētāju kā līdzvērtīgs cilvēks. Ejam uz priekšu. Un šādas darba iespējas, protams, cilvēkiem dod gandarījumu sajūtu. Viņi notic sev, viņi saskata iespēju gūt papildus iztikas līdzekļus, ne tikai dzīvot no pabalstiem, bet arī sākt mācīties, sākt uzdrīkstēties un sākt darīt kaut ko vairāk, ejam uz priekšu. Sociālā uzņēmēja darbība, tā nav tikai palīdzība cilvēkiem dodot fiziski darbu. Sociālā uzņēmēja darbība ir darbība arī dažādu tehnoloģiju jomā. Latvijā ir izveidota Vigo vietotne, kas ir domāta cilvēkiem, kas ir pārcietuši insultu, kā atrast savu nepieciešamo informāciju, kā palīdzēt, kā atrast visu, kas viņiem ir vajadzīgs. Tāpat sociālā uzņēmēja darbība ir uzņēmums Barbulete, kas ir radījusi spēli ar mērķi bērniem nodrošināt efektīvu mācīšanās vidi un inovatīvas mācīšanās metodas, kas atbilst mūsdienu bērnu vajadzībām. Ir izveidoti jau vairāk intelekta attīstības centri, kur neiroloģiskā atgriezeniskās saites metodas tiek izmantotas mācību procesā un dažādos apguves periodos. Tātad šeit es parādu šos stāstus daudz dažādos jomos, lai saprastu, ka sociālā uzņēmēja darbība ir efektīvs ekonomikas līdzeklis, kas ir mūsu vidē, kas ir ļoti efektīvs un var kļūt par labu sadarbības partneri. Ejam tālāk. Tāpat arī liekas, ka aiz būvniecības, vai mēs varētu saskatīt sociālo uzņēmēju darbību. Jā, varam. Latvijā ir radies unikāls sociālais uzņēmējs, kas rada mājas, kas ir speciāli pielāgotas personām ar kustību traucējumiem, personām ar redzes traucējumiem, personām ar garīga rakstura traucējumiem. Ja ģimenē ienākšās bērns, bieži ir apjukums, kā pielāgot vidi, kā pielāgot telpu, cik augstu celt plauktus, cik zemu likt galdu. Un šis uzņēmums, kura paša ģimenē aug šāds bērns, ir radījis unikālu mājas projektu, kas ļoti īsā laikā par ļoti saprātīgiem līdzekļiem rada šādas speciālas mājas. Un vēl jau vairāk, ja liekas, ja mēs esam ar tādām lielām grūtībām izveidojuši šo māju, ka mēs no tās mājas nekur netiekam projām. Kur tad es pārcelšos no vienas pilsētas uz otru pilsētu un atkal ierīkošu šādu māju? Atkal, cik daudz būs darba, cik daudz būs finanses tajā visā jāieliek. Bet šis uzņēmums, kas rada šo speciālo māju ir veidojis tādu, ka viņi var paņemt līdzi. Un līdz ar to cilvēkiem ar šādām vajadzībām pasauli paveras plašāk. Viņš vairs nav piesaistīts vienai vietai. Ejam tālāk. Vai sociālā uzņēmēja darbība varētu darboties citās jomās? Jā, daudz un dažādās. Tās ir daudz dažādas apmācības. Tās ir pamestās rūpniecības teritorijas, ir degradētās teritorijas, kurām tiek iedots pavisam cits dzīves skatījums. Tas ir muzejs. Latvijā ir izveidots muzejs Tumsā, ko cilvēki ar vājredzību, jeb akli cilvēki ir radījuši, dodot mums iespēju redzīgajiem muzejā esošās eksponātus ieraudzīt ar citām maņām, ar tausti, ar dzirdi. Šie vājredzīgie cilvēki ir kļuvuši par darbspējīgām personām, esot mūsu redzīgo cilvēku gidi. Tie ir dažādi lakati, kas tiek radīti personām, kurām ir dažādas saslimšanas problēmas un, diemžēl, neaug mati vai izaugušie turpat izkrīt. Ir diezgan lielas problēmas ikdienā nesāt parūpes, kas ir liek organismam visu laiku svīst, niez un vispārējo. Tas ir ne tikai lats sasiešanas meistarklase, bet tas ir speciāli izstrādāts materiāls, kas ļauj galvai elpot brīvi, un cilvēkam, kam jāpavada dienā, principā 90% no sava laika ar galvassagu, radīt komfortu, un viņš nedomā par savu slimību, esot cilvēku vidē. Sociālā uzņēmēja darbība darbojas arī ar dzīvniekiem, un vēl te varētu minēt daudz dažādus stāstus, jo Latvijā jau ir vairāk kā 200 sociālie uzņēmumi. Un ikreiz piedaloties un tiekoties kādā seminārā ar šiem uzņēmējiem, liekas, ka viņi ir izsmēluši savus resursus, kad visas jomas jau ir aptvērtas, bet tas tā nav. Mēs gadu kā Latvijas Pašvaldība tiekamies rudenī ar 12. klases skolēniem, kur novirziens ir uzņēmēja darbība. Un iepazīstot viņu ar sociālās uzņēmēja darbības ideju, gada beigās pavasarī viņiem tiek lūgts rakstīt referātu, veidot tādu savu mazo prezentāciju par sociālo uzņēmēja darbību. Un liekas, ka šie jaunieši atkārtos jau manis minētos piemērus, bet izrādās nē. Viņi, kas domātu kā jaunu uzņēmēju uz biznesu orientēti, viņiem ir tik daudz unikālu ideju, kur vēl un vēl attīstīt sociālo uzņēmēju darbību. Un es ticu, ka šai sociālajai uzņēmēju darbībai un spējai nodarbināt pie sevis dažādas atstumtības riskam grupai pakļautos cilvēkus, radīs nākotnē līdzvērtīgas darba iespējas, jo jāatceras, ka ikvienas valsts konstitūcijā ir ierakstīta viena zelta vērtība – tiesības uz darbu. Un tas nozīmē tiesības uz darbu ikviena, lai kā tas arī nebūtu. Ejam uz priekšu. Visa vidū, kāpēc mēs to darām un kāpēc ir veidojusies sociālā uzņēmēja darbība, ir cilvēks. Ne tikai inovācijas, ne tikai tehnoloģijas, bet tas ir cilvēks, kā labā mēs to darām. Un cilvēki ir dažādi. Cilvēki ir izzinoši, cilvēki ir moderni, cilvēki ir dzīves priecīgi, kas grib dzīvot un grib radīt ap sevi labāku dzīves vidi. Ejam tālāk. Tātad, kas ir sociālais uzņēmums? Skriešam. Tātad tā ir sabiedrība ar ierobežotu atbildību, un tāpēc es šeit gribētu samainīt vārdus otrādā. Tas ir uzņēmums, kas darbojas sociālajā jomā. Viņš ir tāds pats uzņēmums, kas domā par savu peļņu, kas domā par savu izaugsmu nākotnē, kas domā par savu cilvēku nodarbinātību. Bet viņš uzņemas lielāku atbildību, jo viņš nodarbina šos īpašos cilvēkus. Nākamais. Tas ir izgājis atlases tādus kritērijus, un Latvijā ar Labklājības ministrijas izveidot komisiju, tam tiek piešķirts sociālā uzņēmuma status, kas dod sava veida priekšrocības. Tās ir priekšrocības saņemt nekustamā īpašuma nodokļa atlaides, bet tādas atlaides saņem arī pārējie uzņēmumi, ir iespēja saņemt. Tas ir uzņēmums, kas var pieteikties Austrumu grantiem, tas ir uzņēmums, kas no pašvaldības puses var saņemt bezglīdzības lietošanā telpas, un arī mantu var saņemt un dažādas citas atbalsta iespējas. Un kāpēc viņu atbalstīt? Tāpēc, ka viņš uzņemas lielāku risku, viņš uzņemas lielāku atbalstu par cilvēkiem atbildību, kā varbūt ikdienā mēs to būtu gatavi darīt. Nākamais. Tātad, kā jūs minēju, tas veids labvēlīgu sociālo ietekmi radošo saimniecisko darbību. Nākamais. Atšķirībā no parastā uzņēmuma, tas peļņu nesadala. Tas visu laiku šo peļņu iegulda savos statūtos sociālā mērķa sasniegšanai. Nākamais. Ja sociālās uzņēmēja darbības mērķis ir veicināt sabiedrības dzīves kvalitātes uzlabošanu un sekmēt sociālās atstumtības riskam pakļautu iedzīvotāju grupu nodarbinātību, tad Ogres novada pašvaldības mērķis iesaistoties sociālajai uzņēmēja darbībā ir. Nākamais. Sekmēt pakalpojumu noiet, prioritāti atbalstu sniedzot inovatīviem un sociāli atbildīgām idejām, jo, kā es teicu, mēs, kā atbildīga pašvaldība, kas rīkojas savas iedzīvotāju interesēs, apzinām, redzam visus mūsu iedzīvotājus, lai kādi tie arī nebūtu. Ejam tālāk. Un šis ir Latvijas sociālās uzņēmēja darbības slaids. Ar viņu piekrišanu, to es arī drīkstu izmantot savās prezentācijās. Šis slaids parāda šo sociālās uzņēmēja darbības tādu fantastisku iezīmi. Tas ir bizness, uzņēmējs, Ričards Bensons, un tā ir misija, māte Terēze. Un ja to savieno kopā, to var izdarīt. Un to var izdarīt sociālās uzņēmējdarbības veidā. Ejam uz priekšu. Sociālās atstumtības riskam pakļautās iedzīvotāju grupas šeit var palaist uz priekšu. Tad, kā es minēju savos slaidos, personas ar invaliditāti, tālāk, ar garīgu raksturu traucējumiem, personas, kurām ir noteikti trūcīgas ģimenes status, bezdarbnieki, etniskās minoritātes Romi, ieslodzītie vai personas, kuras atbrīvotas no ieslodzījuma vietām, personas, kur dzīvesvieta ir deklarēta nakts patversmēs, cilvēku tirdzniecības upuri, personas ar dažādām atkarībām, alkohola, narkotisko, psihotropo, toksisko vielu, azartspēļu, datorspēļu atkarībām, personām, kurām ir piešķirts bēgļa vai alternatīvais vai bezvalstnieka status, bāreņi, un vēl daudz grupas. Jūs redzēt, cik lielam personu lokam mēs varam dot iespēju strādāt. Ogresnoda pašvaldība domā par savas infrastruktūras attīstību. Mēs ceļam tiltus, mēs ceļam tuneļus. Ejam tālāk. Mēs radam jaunas darba vietas, gan ražotnes, gan tirgus plačus vai mazākas darba vietas arī mūsu lauku teritorijās, pagastos. Ejam tālāk. Mēs domājam, kā paplašināt pakalpojumu piedāvājumu, domājam par sanatorijas atjaunošanu, atjaunojot Anša Cīruļa sienu gleznojumus, atkal dodot iespēju visas Latvijas un Latvijas viesiem iespēju baudīt šos unikālos zīmējumus. Mēs domājam, kā izmantot mūsu Daugavu, parādīt Daugavas burvību, šo iespēju ne tikai saulrietus baudīt, bet arī izzināt šo ūdens vidi. Šodien jūs baudat šo semināru bibliotekā. Ejam tālāk. Mēs domājam par to, kā palīdzēt, ko dot mūsu iedzīvotājiem. Un jau atkal, lai kā visām iedzīvotāju grupām. Mēs kā Ogresnoda pašvaldība esam sadarbojušies un bijuši pirmie, kas arī uzsāk no pašvaldības puses atbalstu sociālās uzņēmējdarbības jomā. 2019. gadā mēs izsludinājām konkursu telpu nodošanu bezliedzības lietošanā renovētā ēkā, kas visā Latvijā bija pazīstama kā kafēnīca pie Zelta liepas, kur ir notikušas neviena satikšanās, neviena iepazīšanās, garšīgi paēstas pusdienas, vakariņas, labi pavadīts laiks. Šī kafēnīca atzima caur šo pašvaldības projektu, bet mums bija nosacījums, ka telpas tiks nodotas uzņēmumam, kas ir ieguvis sociālā uzņēmuma status, kas nodarbina pie sevis personas ar invaliditāti. Papildus punkts iegūst tas, kurš nodarbina pie sevis jauniešus. Mums bija pirmais pretendents, kas uzvarēja šajā konkursā. Iesākām sadarbību. Diemžēl savā veidā atzīstam, ka cietām sakāvi, jo šis uzņēmums izvirzīja sev kā prioritāti peļņas gūšanu, nevis cilvēku pie sevis nodarbināto ar īpašajām vajadzībām. Mēs izbeidzām šo sadarbību, bet nenobijāmies no pirmās neveiksmes stāsta. Mēs bijām drosmīgi un izsludinājām atkārtot konkursu. Atkārtot konkursu rezultātā šobrīd Zelta liepā kafēnīca darbojas nākamais uzņēmums Debesu bļoda Zelta liepā, kas nodarbina pie sevis četrus cilvēkus ar invaliditāti, virtuves strādnieki, viesmīļa, bārmenis. Arī šodien klātesošos Ogres centrālajā bibliotekā apkalpo šī uzņēmuma darbinieki, šie uzņēmuma radītā siltā kafija ar savu fantastisko smaržu un garšīgās uzkodas. Jūsu vidū šodien ir cilvēki, kas nes sevī sociālo uzņēmējdarbību, kas ir ar īpašām vajadzībām. Un līdz ar to nenobīstoties no šīs neveiksmes stāsta, mēs esam radījuši iespēju Ogresnoda pašvaldībā attīstīties sociālajai uzņēmējdarbībai. Mēs esam izgājuši caur šo konkursu, caur savu pieredzi tādu ērkšķu ceļu uz zvaigznēm. Iedvesmojoties no šī stāsta, pie mums brauca uz Ogri daudz citas pašvaldības smelas idejas un atsāk attīstīt sociālo uzņēmējdarbību arī pie sevis pašvaldībās. Ejam tālāk. Mēs esam bijuši Ogresnoda pašvaldība gana drosmīgi, lai pašvaldības autonomās funkcijas deleģētu sociālajai uzņēmējdarbībai. Šajā gadījumā tā bija izglītība. Ejam tālāk. Pagājuši gadu novembrī, kad bija ārkārtas situācija un šis Covid vilnis bija sasniedzis Latvijā tādu diezgan augstu kritisku līmeni, valdība pieņēma lēmumu ierobežot ļoti lielu daudzumu preču tirdzniecību. Un tas notika pagājušā gada novembrī, kas bija tāds diezgan negaidīts solis invalīdiem un pensionāriem, kas visa gada garumā bija radījuši skaistas unikālas preces, gaidot šo iespēju Ziemassvētkos gada tirdziņos tos pārdot. Mūsu Ogres novada invalīdi un pensionāri vērsās pēc palīdzības pie pašvaldības ar lūgumu palīdziet. Man ir zeķītes, man ir lakati, man ir sveces, man ir somas, man ir dažādi izstrādājumi. Mums viņus vajag pārdot, jo tā naudiņa tiks novirzīta maniem mazbērniem Ziemassvētku dāvanu iegūšanai. Diemžēl mēs nevarējām pilsētas centrā uzcelt kiosku, dodot iespēju viņiem viņus pārdot. Mēs gribējām uzrunāt vietējos veikalus, aicinot viņiem pārdot šīs preces, bet to nevarēja darīt šo ierobežojumu dēļ. Bet caur šo lekciju 12. klasēm rudenī, ko klausījās arī 2 Ogres pirmās vidusskolas skolotājs, viņas bija saskatījušas šo labo ideju sociālajā uzņēmējdarbībā un bija uzsākušas interneta vietnes mājaslapas izstrādi TIT.LV, kur bija plānots nākotnē pārdot vietējo invalīdu un pensionāru radītās preces, bet nevis vienkārši pārdot, bet katrai precē pielikt klāt aprakstu par šo radītāju, par meistaru, par viņa dzīves redzējumu, par viņa mērķiem, par viņa vērtībām. Un tajā brīdī, kad mums zvanīja šie vietējie pensionāri un invalīdi un lūdzu palīdzību, šī ideja gaismas ātrumā tapa realizējama. Un šeit veidojās tāds fantastisks sadarbības veids pašvaldībai ar sociālo uzņēmēju. Mēs apbraukājām ar saviem resursiem, ar savu sociālā dienesta transportu, dienesta darbiniekiem apbraukājām mūsu novada pensionārus invalīdus, blakus novada pensionāru invalīdus, paņēmām no viņiem šīs preces, kopā sēdējām, rakstījām šos stāstus. Mūsu sabiedrisko attiecību nodaļas meitenes fotografēja šīs preces un palīdzēja ievietot interneta mājaslapā. Mūsu turisma informācijas centrs, kas šajā laikā bija slēgts, iestājās kā tāds pasta starpnieks un šīs iegādātās preces nodeva iedzīvotājiem, izmantojot šīs turisma informācijas centrs. Un Ziemassvētkos pirmajā nedēļā mēs pārdevām vairāk kā 70 šīs suvenīrus iedzīvotājiem. Pensionāri un invalīdi mums sūtīja tik daudz mīlestības vēstules, ka viņiem bija iespēja saviem mazbērniem iegādāties dāvanu. Bet šeit nāk klāt vēl viens stāsts. Šī ideja tapa ar skolotāju darbu. Ja to varēja izdarīt 2 skolotājas īpašos ārkārtējās situācijas apstākļos, tas ir fantastisks piemērs tam, kā grūtībās nevis padoties, bet būt drosmīgam un iet tālāk. Un, ja tās ir skolotājs, es zinu, kad ar šo piemēru tiek izglītot jaunieši. Viņa jaunieši izglītos mūsu sabiedrību un ar mums visiem nākotnē viss būs kārtībā. Ejam tālāk. Nākamgad mēs arī Ogres novada pašvaldību kopā ar sociālo uzņēmēju Liberty veidosim Ogrē lielu projektu, kad savedīsim kopā visas šīs manas iepriekš minētās sociālās atstumtības riskam pakļautās iedzīvotāju grupas ar uzņēmējiem un mācīsim viņus pieņemt pie sevis darbā šos cilvēkus mācīsim darbu un mācīsim arī pārējo sabiedrību pieņemt mums līdzās esošos cilvēkus. Un ar šo savu stāstu, caur Ogres novada pašvaldības darbības, centos jums izstāstīt daudz stāstus, bet neaizmirstam un atceramies, ka mēs esam dažādi, mūs ir daudz, bet mēs visi kopā varam. Paldies jums liels šodien!
Paldies, Dana, par šo pozitīvo stāstījumu. Es ceru, ka ļoti daudzi klausītāji guva jaunas ierosmes, kā varētu nodarboties ar sociālo uzņēmēju darbību, kas mūsu reģionos, kas mūsu lauku teritorijās varētu būt ļoti svarīga un ļoti nozīmīga. Un tagad pirms Ogres novada domas priekšsēdētājs Egils Helmanis mums pastāstīs par šo unikālo ēku. Noskatīsimies video par to.
celts 50. gados, un viņam bija saplēsājuši pamati un sienas, un iepriekšējā domas vadība bija nolēmusi šo bērndārzu nosiltināt un iebūvēt liftu, un tā būtu mūsu biblioteka. Un tad mēs deputāti nācām kopā šeit pat tās bērndārza zālē, mēs par to runājām, kad patiesībā biblioteka, viņa jau nes pavisam citu informāciju, un tas ir pavisam cits pakalpojums mūsdienās. Mēs būtu ieguvuši, Ogres pilsēta, kā tagad ir valsts pilsēta un reģionālais centrs, būtu ieguvis bērndārzu, nosiltinātu, pielāgotu, ko mēs būtu nosaukuši par biblioteku. Bet biblioteka tas ir saturs, tas ir publiska telpa, kurā jau notiek daudz kas vairāk. Tā nav tikai grāmatas paņemšanas vieta un apmaiņas vieta. Un te šī projekta arī krita bijusī Latvijas Pašvaldības vadība, ka lielākais deputātu sastāvs saprata to, ka šis virziens nav pareizs. Ja mēs ieguldam līdzekļus, tad tādā sabiedriskā sektorā, tad mums ir jādomā, ka mums ir jābūvē rītdienai. Mēs nevaram būvēt vairāk vakardienai. Jo, ja mēs izstrādājam projektu, mēs viņu realizējam, no projekta izstrādes tie ir kādi 4 gadi, un ja mēs nedomājam par rītdienu, tad mēs dzīvojam vakardienā. Un šis viss ir tapis, ir nedaudz savādāku skatījumu priekš Ogres, un kā mēs redzam, kā jaunie cilvēki vēlās šeit nākt uz biblioteku, vēlās šeit atrasties. Mēs visi veidojam visu pēc savu ģīmi un līdzības, un tāpēc šie jaunie cilvēki, viņi pēc tam projektēs un būvēs kaut ko līdzīgu. Viņi gribēs dzīvot mūsdienīgā pasaulē un būvēt mūsdienīgas ēkas. Un tad pagāja kaut kāds laiks, kamēr tie juku laiki pagāja, un tad jaunā vadība sāk skatīties pēc tā, kad mums vajadzētu domāt par biblioteku. Mēs uzrunājām RTU studentus. Varbūt kāds gribētu pastrādāt un veikt vismaz šo te aptauju, kur būvēt, kā būvēt. Mums pat vieta nebija skaidra. Tad pieteicās tāds Rūdis un sāka viņš sadāt pie tā, kad viņš aptaujāja skolniekus, aptaujāja vecākus, aptaujāja skolotājus un kristalizējās tā paša vieta, kad vislabākā bibliotekas vieta ir tieši šeit. Te ir starp skolām, ir gājēja iela, ir skolas tepat tās tūmā. Un tas ir ļoti ērti un izdevīgi. Tas nozīmē to, ka mums bija jāpieņem lēmums projektēt biblioteku vecā bērndārza vietā. Mēs nolēmām viņu nojaukt. Par nojaukšanu arī ir atsevišķs stāsts. Pat atradās, kas būvēja šo bērndārzu, parādījās, kas protestēja un teica, ko jūs dariet, tas nav pareizi. Bet mēs tik un tā virzījāmies uz priekšu, politiski noturējām virzienu, un Rūdis sāk strādāt pie šī projekta. Kāpēc arī viņš varbūt tāds ir sanācis tik labs? Tāpēc, kad jaunajam arhitektam viņam ir pietiekoši daudz laika, lai viņš varētu iedziļināties šajā projektā. Es Rūdim ieteicu pastaigāties pa Ogri, paskatīties Ogres atmosfēru, vecās ēkas, izjust šo atmosfēru. To arī viņš izdarīja. Šī ēka ar visiem tiem jumtiem atgādina veco arhitektūru tikai modernā veidā. Un tad, kad Rūdis bija jau kaut ko jau bija uzskicējis, un tad viņš bija pienācis pie manis klāt, viņš teica, man tagad ir pēdējais kurs, es varētu viņu izmantot šo ēku par diplomu darbu, vai man nebūtu iebildumi. Es saku, Rūdi, mums naudas tāpat tās nav, nekā pagaidām nav. Lūdzu, izmanto viņu, kā tu vēlies. Un tad viņš arī visu savu jauno prātu lika lietā un interesējās, skatījās, kādas bibliotekas būvējās dotajā brīdī no ārzemēs, Skandināvijā, Eiropā. Un tapa šī ēka. Bet pēc kāda laika arī finanses. Ja ir laba ideja, tad arī mēs ieraudzījām finanses, un šī gadījumā finanses bija caur vienu tādu projektu, kur vajadzēja visu šīs modernās tehnoloģijas. Un tad mums ļoti palīdzēja RTU, kad RTU strādāja, var teikt, katra nodaļa strādāja pie savu projektu un realizēja. Bez viņu palīdzības mēs nebūtu tik sarežģītu projektu realizējuši. Un patiesībā šis projekts ir viena jauna arhitekta diplomdarbs. Tad, kad mēs pie slimnīcas atklājām skulptūras, Mākslas akadēmijas lektors bija nācis atklāt šīs skulptūras un gāja garām šai ēkai. Viņi jau tikai būvējās. Viņš saka, kas ir pa arhitektu šai ēkai? Es saku, kāpēc jūs tā jautājat? Viņš saka, ļoti tāds svaigums nāk no viņas. Cik tas jauns cilvēks. Un noslēgumā gribētu teikt, ka mums jāuzticās vairāk jauniem cilvēkiem, kas ir talantīgi, kas skatās ar nākotnes acīm, un tas ir izdevies. Mums paveicās ar Rūdi, un Rūdim paveicās ar mums. Veiksmīgu semināru. Paldies!
Paldies, Helmaņa kungs. Varbūt kādi jautājumi? Lūdzu. Paldies. Paldies jums. Tā, un mums nāk nākamais stāsts, bet kamēr tas nāk pāri robežām no Gruzijas, noskatīsimies video. Uz drīzu redzēšanos. Šis video saucās. Mums, protams, gribētos nokļūt tajās vietās, kas tika parādītas video. Un vārds Tatjanai Bokučavai, kura pārstāstīs par zaļo turismu un vēsturisko mantojumu. Jo arī mūsu potenciālajiem partneriem ir savi pozitīvie piemēri, ja, un mēs no tiem arī varam daudz mācīties.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for inviting me to this webinar. Thank you so much, Latvia, also for supporting Georgia, for being your priority, as mentioned by Madara Silina. My name is Tatyana Bokuchava. I'm a secretary for international relations in National Association of Local Authorities of Georgia, and as well as the project manager of that project, Green Tourism and Historical Heritage, a stepping stone for development of the Black Sea Basin. The project started in 2000 Project started in 2018 and it will end this year in December. The participant countries of the project are Bulgaria, Georgia, Greece, Moldova, Romania, and Ukraine. The project is dedicated to promoting green and historical tourism in the Black Sea Basin region. As we understand, the national historic and architectural heritage is extremely beneficial for the development of cultural tourism, yet it's a very sensitive part of the Black Sea countries' social and economic life. On the one hand, the territory of each of the participating countries is exceptionally rich in historic and architectural heritage, represented not only by monuments, but mostly of buildings and urban communities, protected by national and international legislation. On the other hand, protected buildings face solid barriers in their maintenance and exploitation as tourist, residential, or business object, thus influencing negatively the environment. The complex balancing between legal and environmental requirements and business development of the historical buildings is identified as a common issue in the Black Sea countries, and agreed this project is ambitious to provide opportunities for innovative and unconventional solutions. The project is divided into several groups of activities. Technical solutions in energy efficiency and climate adaptation within historic buildings and monuments, green tourism potential of protected areas in the Black Sea Basin countries and their development opportunities, capacity building and experience exchange on green tourism in the Black Sea Basin, pilot buildings for green historical tourism. Now I will list the tangible results received during the project. Within the project, the joint online catalog for green tourism was created. The catalog serves as a sustainable and tangible tool for all target groups, from the market operators and local authorities to the general public, to obtain information about the latest trends of technological development in energy efficiency and climate protection of the protected buildings, and for the tour operators in their aims to diversifying the tourist product. The platform comprises information from all project partner countries, offering detailed and comprehensive data from almost the entire Black Sea Basin. The catalog serves as a communication, information, and experience exchange platform for all entrepreneurs searching for available solutions for rehabilitation and maintenance of protected objects. This will be a tool for tourist market operators to be updated, the latest technological achievements and the newest green tourist developments. The database will be a unique opportunity to connect entrepreneurs of various economical areas and different countries not limited to Black Sea cross-border cooperation to join their efforts and ideas with the aim of developing more sustainable and environmentally friendly cultural tourism. The main language of the platform will be English, yet it will be available in another 5 languages: Bulgarian, Romanian, Georgian, Greek, and Ukrainian. You can find the link on the slide, and in case of interest, you can visit the webpage. During the project was performed feasibility study. For the introduction of investment measures in protected buildings, each project partner performed a feasibility study for 3 protected buildings with green tourist potential. Each feasibility study consists of energy auditing, preserving the value of the project, and a design project demonstrating the future transformation of the building. Within the project also was elaborated the market research of innovative technologies for energy efficiency and climate protection in historic buildings and areas. The research includes the specificity and necessity of the respective area or historical building, the restriction, the legal requirements, and etc., which is necessary to know if we want to transform the cultural heritage into an energy efficient facility. For more detailed information, you can visit the above mentioned database. to get acquainted with the studies performed in each 6 partner countries. A roadmap of the Black Sea Basin historical tourism and its green aspect. The joint roadmap of the Black Sea Basin heritage cultural tourism was elaborated within the project, and it will serve as an innovative tool for enhancing touristic communication and visits between countries in the Black Sea region, which enjoyed once, from antiquity and up to the emergence of modern state nations, close encounters on the demographic, economic, and cultural level. The roadmap includes estimations about cost effectiveness and energy saved in the budget of the Black Sea region, mapping historic building in environmentally protected zones in order to set priorities for the future, investment in energy efficiency actions, an assessment of other risk factors in the historic buildings involved in the project, ways and suggestions to enhance interconnectivity between Black Sea Basin region, particularly those involved in the project, suggestions for improving accessibility by all visitors, including people with special needs, and providing information to all. Provisional management plans for a 5-year period for all involved buildings in order to secure the sustainability of the project itself and continuation of its philosophy and action. Virtual Guide to Historic Black Sea Cross-Border Places is the platform elaborated for all project partner countries, representing 6 historical heritage sites for each 6 partners. The guide consists of an interactive tool for locating sites and assets on the map, discovering their history and other relevant information, such as managing authority and administrative entity they belong, etc. Their energy footprint, relevant information about local stakeholders. It will target both local societies and tourists, as it will function in a multilingual interface. You also can enjoy the tour via the link provided on the slide. Context research of the market potential for historic and cultural tourism in the Black Sea Basin. A detailed research was carried out in each participant region regarding the market potential for green and historical cultural tourism. The research followed specific methodology, including researching green and historic cultural tourism infrastructure, particularly through internet site of regions, municipalities, and associations, but also through state and regional policies, even including interviews with people in charge of relevant authorities, researching green and historic cultural tourism trends in the EU and beyond. This part of the research was based on scientific finds through academic publications. Hands-on approach to green and historic cultural tourism as reflected in the programs and touristic products reflected that advertised in tour operators' brochures and internet sites. Limitations to green and historical cultural tourism as set by national or regional regulations. For example, copyrights about taking pictures or videos. A proper market research based on questionnaires making use of SurveyMonkeys or similar platform, addressing potential tourists of this kind of tourism and trying to investigate and identify their needs, desires, ideas, and exceptions. The final results are summarized in a SWOT analysis for each region. In a range of workshops, Green Tourism Weekend, business breakfast, and study visits, the project ensures active participation in and involvement of all interested parties to provide the opportunity to stakeholders to increase their capacity in the green tourist business and energy efficiency solutions in protected buildings by experience exchange and best practice sharing activities. Also to help strengthen the business relations on horizontal and vertical levels by involving all target groups in the foreseen activities and ensuring multi-level and cross-border cooperation. Pilot buildings for green historical tourism. This activity was dedicated to building rehabilitation in 3 partner countries like Bulgaria, Greece, and Ukraine. 3 historic buildings were selected, and these buildings are Office of Uppsala, located in Varna, Bulgaria, Izmail Historical Museum of Danube region, located in Izmail, Kara Theodoris Exhibition Center in Nia Vista, located in Orestiada, Greece. The aim of this rehabilitation is keeping and displaying to the public their rich history. In all the above-mentioned activities, NALAC, as well as all project partners, contributed individually during all project periods. Now I will try very briefly to introduce you to the tangible results received within the project Georgian target municipalities. Firstly, let me inform you that 4 Georgian municipalities, Poti, Lanchkuti, Kobuleti, and Batumi, participated in the project. Within the project, in the 3 historical buildings were implemented energy auditing and feasibility study measures. These buildings are Children's Library in Poti Municipality, Batumi Lighthouse, Sport Museum of Lanchkuti Municipality. The aim of the energy auditing and feasibility study is to issue the report on how we can transform this building into energy efficient buildings. The municipality's budget does not foresee expenditure for such measures. Therefore, the prepared studies within the project were very important asset for each municipality. As mentioned above, the project prepared the virtual guide for each partner country, but the touristic objects for the project guide were limited. Each partner country could only present 6 objects. So NALAC team decided to prepare the individual virtual tours for Georgian target municipalities. And we think that this is one of the most important and necessary tools to promote tourism within the country, as well as beyond. On the slide, you can see the pages which you can visit and enjoy online the beauty of Georgia. And of course, after all, to come and to visit us. NALAC also prepared for each municipality the touristic bilingual brochures, which will help tourists to gain information regarding historical and green tourism in each municipality. This was very brief information regarding the project Green Tourism and Historical Heritage as stepping stone for the development of the Black Sea Basin. Thank you very much for your attention, and for more and detailed information, you can visit the webpage greethis.net. Thank you very much.
Teiksim paldies Tatjanai, patiešām ļoti apjomīgs projekts ar iespaidīgiem rezultātiem, kurš droši vien ir ļoti daudz devis turisma attīstībai Gruzijā. Man Tatjanai būtu jautājums, vai jūs kā projektu vadītāja redzat iespējas arī attīstības sadarbības projektiem turpmāk starp Latvijas pašvaldībām un partnerībā ar Gruzijas pašvaldībām?
Actually, our association is with a big cooperation with Latvian association. So, of course, we are very open for the future projects. And this webinar is very interesting. I'm noting down the ideas. So for the future, we definitely will try to have more in-depth cooperation with you.
Un jūs varētu būt kontaktpersona?
Yes, I can.
Ja ir
of course.
Jā. Liels paldies par stāstījumu. Varbūt ir kādi jautājumi vēl? Paldies, nav. Un tagad mums ir pusdienas pārtraukums, kafijas pauze, 25 minūtes. 25 minūtes, un pēc Latvijas laika mēs atgriežamies bez 15:12.
Austrumu partnerība ir viena no Latvijas ārpolitikas prioritātēm, un tāpat kā citām Eiropas Savienības dalībvalstīm, arī Latvijai nav vienaldzīgi, kas notiek mūsu austrumu kaimiņu reģionā, mūsu kaimiņu valstīs, un tās ir mūsu tiešas intereses, lai mums kaimiņos būtu stabilas politiskas sistēmas, politiskā stabilitāte, ekonomiskā attīstība, ekonomisko modeļu ilgtspēja. Tāpat arī ļoti svarīgi, lai šajās mūsu kaimiņu valstīs būtu likuma vara, lai tur attīstītos modernās tehnoloģijas, lai tiktu risināt tādi jautājumi kā vides problēmas un citas svarīgas lietas. Un šajā sadarbībā Austrumu partnerības procesa ietvaros ļoti nozīmīgu lomu spēlē arī Latvijas Pašvaldības un Latvijas Pašvaldības savienība. Un šajā sakarā es novēlu sekmes visiem dalībniekiem šajā procesā.
Vairākus gadu desmitus Latvijas un Austrumu partnerības valstu pagātne ir bijusi kopīga. Mēs viens otru zinām, un tas mums ļauj mūsu piedzīvoto, mūsu stāstus izprast labāk. Caur mūsu sadarbību un kopīgo pieredzi mūsu tālums pārtop tūmā. Sadarbību, kuras mērķis ir uzlabot mūsu kopīgo iedzīvotāju dzīves kvalitāti un veicināt pašvaldību izaugsmu. Kopīgi īstenojot 5 Austrumu partnerības politikas mērķus. Veicināt mūsu ekonomikas ilgtspēju, veidot atbildīgas iestādes, strādāt kopā vides un klimata jomā, sekmēt digitālo pārveidi un attīstīt iekļaujošu sabiedrību. Mēs vēlamies jums izstāstīt mūsu stāstus, lai tas mūs vieno, visus iedvesmo jaunām, kopīgām aktivitātēm un mūsu kopīgajiem stāstiem par ilgtspējīgām pašvaldībām. Par to, ko darām noturīgas un ilgtspējīgas ekonomikas veicināšanai, sekmējot inovāciju sistēmu veidošanos caur pašvaldību sadarbību ar vietējiem uzņēmējiem, integrējot pētniecību un inovācijas, radot pienācīgas darba vietas un atbalstot jauniešu nodarbinātību un uzņēmējdarbību. Par to, kā veidojam atbildīgas iestādes un labu pārvaldību mūsu pašvaldībās, lai tās būtu spēcīgas un noturīgas.
Šodien dienas kārtībā, es domāju, globāli mums ir saprast to, cik daudz katra pilsēta, katra valsts var dot tam, lai samazinātu šo negatīvo ietekmi uz klimatu un uz dabu. Un šodien mēs Liepājā parādīsim to, kā mēs to darām. Pirmais, ko mēs darījām, lai cīnītos ar klimatu pārmaiņām, ir sakārtojām siltumapgādes sistēmu Liepājas pilsētā. Un šodien mēs varam lepoties ar Liepājas enerģiju, kas ir viens no modernākajiem uzņēmumiem valstī, un katru gadu iemaksā pilsētas budžetā dividendes, ar kuru mēs tālāk sakārtojam pilsētas iekšpagalmus un kultūra vēsturisko mantojumu. Mums ir svarīgi tas, lai Liepājā liepājniekiem būtu ērts sabiedriskais transports, lai liepājnieki varētu droši pārvietoties ar velosipēdiem, ar nomas riteņiem, un lai vispār Liepājas centrs būtu pēc iespējas draudzīgāks iedzīvotājiem, kājām gājējiem un velobraucējiem. Un Liepājas tramvajs, protams, ir neatņemama pilsētas identitāte.
Jelgava ir izcenis uzdevusi sev mērķi un veido kā viedu pilsētu. Un viedas pilsētas pamatmērķis un pamatuzdevums ir veidot drošu pilsētu. Drošu iedzīvotājiem, drošu cilvēkiem, drošu investoriem. Un tādēļ mēs esam pirmām kārtām uzstādījuši ļoti daudzas video novērošanas kameras, kuras fiksē notikumus pilsētā, līdz ar to veidojot un stiprinot viedo skatījumu un drošumu. Protams, ka pilsēta attīstās, un līdz ar to mēs arī turpmāk domājam par attīstību, domājam par to, kādā veidā uzlabot tehnoloģijas, uzlabot pieejamību, uzlabot drošumu sistēmā kā tādā.
Pašvaldībai attīstības sadarbībā ir ļoti liela nozīme, jo mēs esam vistuvāk cilvēkiem. Mēs pašvaldība esam uz iedzīvotājiem orientēti uz sadarbību. uz iedzīvotāju iesaistīšanu lēmumu pieņemšanā, uz iedzīvotāju aktivizēšanu, veidot kopienas, biedrības, lai organizētu savu darbu, lai mūsu pašvaldības sabiedrība ir lemtspējīga un atbildīga par savu teritoriju, par savu dzīves telpu, par sadarbību.
Šis bija mūsu stāsts un mūsu interpretācija par to, ko varam darīt 5 Austrumu partnerības ilgtermiņa politikas mērķu ietvaros turpmākajos gados. Bet mēs ar interesi uzzinātu tieši jūsu interpretāciju, lai turpmāk savus stāstus varētu veidot kopā un veidotu mūsu stāstu.
Kupla, liepa auga, ņemamo ar abām rociņām. Es saņemšu ņemamo ar abām rociņām, ar abām rociņām. Dodie viņi man sirdziņu, es negribu atmijāt. Virzī man tieši auga, liepienāja iemaukt viņi. Virzī man tieši auga, liepienāja iemaukt viņi. Liepienāja iemaukt viņi.
Virziļņš Māris Sirmais.
vēlās, bez vārda un bez pūrā. Un nakts ar zvaigžņu brūģi spožu, tai tiltu meta drošu. Rīts uz ausamu jūras, gar vienādu, vēl maigi glaustamās. Es sodos līdz un acu skatā, tik skaista tu pavērījās. Es gāju līdz un teica mana sirds, lai pilī meiteni es sastapšu, ko mīlēšu, kā mīl vien dzimtenī. Gan priekos bēdās, līdz nāvei mūs šķīrs. Un viņa bija dzimtainā būtnē, bez vārda un vēl bez pūrā. Es saucu venta meitene ar bīzē, un viņa atsauca, kā mūžībā un jūrā. Es saucu venta meitene ar bīzē, un viņa atsaucās, kā mūžībā un jūrā.
Un šodien mūsu webinārā ir viešņa, rakstniece Nora Ikstena.
Labdien!
Visiem mums ir savi stāsti, kurus mēs stāstām, bet acīm redzot, rakstnieka, stāstnieka misija, tā ir kaut kas īpašs. Jo tas, kas sākumā liekas varbūt nejaušs un tāds tikai gadījums, ar laiku var mums kļūt par mūžīgu vērtību. Nora, lūdzu par saviem stāstiem, par savu stāstīšanu un par savu stāstnieku misiju.
Labdien, jūs dzirdat mani? Ja? Jā. Man ir liels prieks piedalīties šajā pasākumā. Šī ir man ikšķils virtuvīte, no kuras es tagad jau 2 gadu laikā veicu zūmus visā plašajā pasaulē, Meksikā, Spānijā, Anglijā, visur kur. Un par stāstiem, teiksim, mēs sākām tagad ar Dodieviņu, kas ir tāds ļoti interesants stāsts mums ar Raimondu Tigulu. Viss kārtībā? Man vienkārši kaut kāda atbalsts skan.
Tagad viss kārtībā.
Labi, jā. Tas bija pirms jau kaut kādiem vairākiem gadiem, kad es aizbraucu pie Raimonda uz Talsiem, un Raimonds teica, ka viņam ir jāuzraksta oratorija. Un, tas laikam bija mūsu sadarbības sākums. Un mēs sēdējām Talsos viņa ierakstu studijā, un viņš spēlēja, tā kā pirmās notis no tā, ko viņš bija iedomājies, kāda tā oratorija varētu būt. Un, protams, man bija ļoti grūti iedomāties, kā tam piemeklēt vārdus, bet tas atnāca nejauši. Jo tagad, atskatoties ar laika atstarpi, es redzu, cik tiem vārdiem ir ļoti liela nozīme. Dot dieviņi, otram dot, ne no otra mīļi lūgt, un saliekot kopā visas šīs oratorijas tekstus, tur bija gan lībiešu teksti, gan tautas dziesmas, gan viss. Man liekas, ka mums ar Raimondu tas izdevās, un, protams, tāda kulminācija bija šī gada pavasaris, kad mēs saņēmām ierakstu no slavena amerikāņu kora, kas to bija iedziedājis latviešu valodā. Tā kā tā dziesma ir aizgājusi, protams, pa visu pasauli, un, protams, kulminācija bija dziesmu svētki, bet par to stāstu stāstīšanu, kas ir būtiskākais. Es domāju, ka es atceros vienmēr Imanta Ziedoņa stāstu, kad mēs rakstījām Nenoteikto biju. Viņš man teica, Nore, es eju pa tādu, viņš man sauc par Norucīti, jā. Viņš teica, ka viņš iet pa tādu lauku ceļu, un ir vasara, un tur viņam, var sakot, mati plīvinās, un kā jau Imantam ļoti patika Latvija, un viņš saka, man nāk pretī stāsts. Un es to stāstu, viņš man burtiski gāžās virsū tas stāsts, un es to stāstu palaižu. Un es toreiz, man bija kaut kādi 20, laikam 6 vai 7 gadi, es to toreiz nesapratu. Es domāju, kā tas var būt, ka tev gāžās virsū stāsts, bet tu to stāstu palaidi. Un tagad es to saprotu. Jo man ļoti bieži pašai ir tā situācija, ka es īsti vairs it kā nevis negribu, bet man nav nekāda tāda lepnuma pierakstīt to, ko es redzu, kā tas stāsts gāžas virsū. Tā kā tā ir tāda, tā ir tāda nejaušība, dieva nejaušība, tāpat kā cilvēka piedzimšana, un ja tas notiek, un tas ir fantastiski. Un, manā dzīvē tas ir noticis daudz, un es esmu par to pateicīga. Nezinu, tam providencei vai dievam vai kam, par to, ka man tik daudz stāstu ir nākuši pretī, un es esmu saņēmusies un tos pierakstījusi, bet pat tad, ja es uz priekšu varbūt tik daudz tos stāstus nepierakstīšu, es domāju, arī tas būs labi. Tagad es nedzirdu.
Dieva nejaušība, rakstnieks to ieliek valodā. Un jūs esat teikusi, ka attiecības ar valodu jums vienmēr ir bijušas īpašas. Ko jūs par to varētu pateikt? Jā, jo tas arī ir saistīts ar rakstnieku misiju.
Attiecības ar valodu. Man liekas, ka attiecības ar valodu ir būtiskākais, kas vispār, jau kādā veidā var rakstnieku raksturot, ja tā var izteikties, jo es atceros 99. 2000. gadā es aizbraucu, es dzīvoju gadu Ņujorkā, un es biju tāda jauna, kā teikt, ļoti ambicioza rakstniece, un man likās, ka, ja es esmu nokļuvusi Ņujorkā, tad visa Amerika ir pie manām kājām. Un es izdrukāju laikam dzīves svinēšanas fragmentus, ko bija tulkojis Baņuta Rubese, un vienkārši aizsūtīju lielākajām amerikāņu izdevniecībām. Un liek teikt, ka es nesaņēmu gandrīz nevienu atbildi, bet beigās es tomēr saņēmu atbildi no ļoti labas amerikāņu izdevniecības Soho Press. Un tas redaktors rakstīja tā, viņš teica, ka viņš gribēs vienkārši, ka viņš grib satikties ar to trako jauno meiteni, kur ir atbraukusi no viņam pilnīgi nezināmas valsts, rakstā viņam pilnīgi nezināmā valodā, un ka viņai ir tāda ambīcija, ka viņas stāsti varētu iziet pasaulē. Mēs satikāmies, un tad viņš man teica tā ļoti nopietni, ka es teikšu angļu valodā, gan jau, ka jūs sapratīsiet. Viņš man teica, Nora, if you want to be a famous writer, ja tu gribi būt slavena rakstniece, you need to change your language. You need to change it to English. Tā kā tev ir jānomaina savu valodu uz angļu valodu. Viņa padoms man nederēja. Es atbraucu atpakaļ uz Latviju un turpināju rakstīt latviešu valodā. Un tad, kad mēs 2018. gadā, kad Latvija bija Londonas grāmatu tirgus, kā saka, zvaigznes valsts, un es biju dienas autore, un mūs ar Kārli Vērdiņu uzaicināja uz BBC televīziju. Es atgādināju šo stāstu. Jo man likās, ka tas ir būtiski, ka tu tici savai lietai, un es nekad neesmu iedomājusies, ka es varētu mainīt valodu, kurā es esmu rakstījusi. Manas attiecības ar latviešu valodu, tas ir manas mājas, mana dzīve. Teiksim, tad, kad es rakstu tautas dziesmas vai buramvārdi vai vārdnīcas, ko man arī ir ļoti daudz mācījis, mans skolotājs Dzintars Sodums, es vienkārši nevaru iedomāties rakstīt citā valodā. Un tad, kad tas BBC televīzijas šaumens man prasīja, vai es esmu uzrakstījis mātes pienu, lai es kļūtu slavena, es teicu, nē, es uzrakstīju šo grāmatu tāpēc, lai pierādītu, ka latviešu valodā var izstāstīt dziļus, labus stāstus, kuri tālāk aizies pasaulē un kuri būs nozīmīgi ļoti daudziem cilvēkiem. Tagad mēs ar Ināru Kolmani tieši noskatījāmies melno montāžu filmai Mātes piens vai Sovietu milku, kā tas, protams, aizies pasaules tirgu, un es sapratu, ka tā filma nav par veciem laikiem, tā filma ir par mūsdienām, kad tu esi iedzīts būrī, ka tev ir vienkārši jāizdzīvo, un ka tavs gara spēks un tava valoda, tavs radošums tev to palīdz izdarīt.
Jūs esat palikusi uzticīga latviešu valodai, bet jūsu grāmatas pazīst arī Ukrainā un Gruzijā. Vai tā ir?
Jā, tā ir. Tieši Ukrainas gadījums ir brīnišķīgs, jo man kaut kā dzīvē ir paveicies ar tulkotājiem, un Līna Melnjuka, kas ir ukrainiete, bet kas ir ļoti iemīlējusi Latviju un iztulkojusi teju jau visas manas grāmatas, tikko man nesen atsūtīja, ka ir iznākusi Ukrainā gan Amor Fū, gan dzīves svinēšana. Es apbrīnoju viņas darbu ar valodu. Un vēl pirms pandēmijas mēs ar Līnu bijām Ļuvovā, kur mēs tā kā priekšstādījām Mātes pienu, un tā grāmatai bija milzīgi panākuma Ukrainā, tāpēc, ka es domāju, ka ukraiņi, vairāk vai mazāk ir piedzīvojuši to pašu. Gruzijas stāsts pavisam interesants. Tā bija mana bijusī vīra māte, Zija Koberidze, ar kuru kopā mēs tulkojām daudzas manas grāmatas. Viņa latviešu valodu nezināja, bet vēl ar vienas Latvijā dzīvojošas Nona Tauriņa kuru es gribu pieminēt, brīnišķīgs cilvēks, kura ieprecējās Latvijā un kur iemācījās latviešu valodu. Un tā kā, jā, Gruzijā laikam kādas 4 manas grāmatas iznākušas, un Mātes piens arī tur bija bestsellers. Es vienkārši domāju, ka mēs tās mazās tautas, mēs kaut kā, mums ir viena vēsture, mēs turamies kopā, un man liekas, ka tas ir lieliski. Un man varbūt pat būtiskāk, ja es skatos savā grāmatu plauktā, kur ir, protams, tur ak Dievs grāmatas no Japānas līdz Šrilankai un arābu valodā pat iznācis ir Mātes piens. Man būtiskāk tomēr ir šo mūsu brāļu tautu valodas, kā arī autortiesības aģentūras balvu, ko es vakar tāds jauks notikums, ko es saņēmu par to, ka grāmata Mātes piens ir ļoti daudz gan tulkota, gan reproducēta Lietuvā un Igaunijā. Lietuvā teātros uzvesta, igauņu radio iestudēta. Tas ir tas, kas priecē un kas silda sirdi, kā tas stāsts mums ir vienots. Tā kā tas ir pat varbūt daudz priecīgāk par to, kā tos lielos pasaules ceļus tās grāmatas ir aizgājušas.
Paldies jums, Nora, jo tas, ka mums ir cilvēciski kontakti, ka mums ir kopējas kultūras vērtības un to sapratne, tas ir pamats arī, kad izdodās pēc tam daudzas praktiskas lietas. Jā, un starptautiskajā sadarbībā, pārrobežu sadarbībā tam pat ir fundamentāla nozīme. Paldies jums par atbalstu no šīs puses.
Paldies! Bija tik jauki piedalīties šeit. Paldies jums! Paldies!
Griežamies. Un tagad mēs atgriežamies interesantajā un grūtajā projektu realitātē. Un es dodu vārdu Agata Sabieš, Eiropas komisijas starptautisko partnerību ģenerāldirektorāta pārstāvei, kura mums pastāstīs par tiem projektiem, kādi tiek plānoti uzsākt 2022. gadā.
Es mazliet palabošu Valdemāru Barisu kungu. Ar mums šodien kopā ir Lūra no platformas, kura pastāstīs par dienu programmu. Agata, diemžēl, pēdējā mirklī nevarēja piedalīties. Lūra, lūdzu, vārds tev.
Indeed. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope that you can hear me well. And indeed, I'm Lur Fernandez Salinas. I work at Platforma. Hopefully, next time we could count as well with the very useful intervention of the Commission. They are aware of this event. They are aware that Latvia is a very important partner in global citizenship education. So thank you again for organizing such a wonderful webinar and inspiring webinar. So thanks to the organizers, the Latvian Association of Local and Regional Governments, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Latvia, the Orgel Cities Council, and of course, thank you very much for Agita, our contact point of LLRJ and Platforma. So the title of this conference is very timely, as I'm here today to tell you several stories linked to the EU framework for development of education and awareness raising, known as DEAR, in EU wording and in projects. And I will going to focus on how the EU framework has evolved since the beginning of the program to today's, and what are the funding opportunities for municipalities, but also for civil society organizations in the future, as both the stakeholders are aim to work together in this program funded by the EU, by the European Commission. So my name is Luz Fernandez Salinas. I work as officer in charge of development education and awareness raising at Platforma. Just an introductory words, Platforma is the pan-European coalition of local and regional governments and their associations active in town-to-town and region-to-region development cooperation, which is also known as decentralized cooperation. So Platforma Secretariat is hosted by the CMR, the Council of European Municipalities and Regions, and is co-financed by the European Union. This is also why sometimes we try to invite the European Commission as well to talk and to share directly with you, municipalities, how the EU framework works. So Platforma is also a hub of expertise, just like this event is. And we are, of course, very happy to have engaged partners like LLRG, which is showing us not only the importance of telling stories, but also of linking stories. As an active partner in the Eastern Partnership Program, a working group of Platforma, but also on global citizenship education. So let me start telling you the story of the EU DEAR program, which I have divided in several chapters, from language to practice. So to start with chapter 1, and I think that we can pass to the next slide, I would like to quote Platforma publication on the action of municipalities and regions in global citizenship education and the trends in narrative. Because according to one of the sentences in the publication, language carries meaning beyond words and reveals deeper change related to values, priorities, and practice. And I think this sentence is very, very crucial in the frame of this story that we are telling all together. So the use of language includes as well the DEAR acronym, Development Education and Awareness Raising, which is well known in the field of development and decentralized cooperation, including cooperation between municipalities, as it is a natural action line of public policies implemented by cities and regions by EU, aiming to raise citizens' awareness and bring closer to citizens the added value of the cooperation that we are doing. However, there is an increasing trend in moving away from this development wording by using other terms like global citizenship education, global education, education for sustainable development, education to international solidarity, and we could continue with the list. So this change in languages means moving to more emphasis on the interconnected part of the word. And this is also what you were focusing on with the previous best practices that you have shown on how to work with kids, with schools, and with other parts of the world, and with other partners and countries. So more emphasis on this interconnected dimension of raising awareness and education, and presenting global citizenship education as a means to understand not only cooperation, but the SDGs and the 2030 agenda, as an agenda supporting municipalities to make interconnections between them and with citizens. So in this sense, there are several official definitions used in the EU, and there is one that I found particularly inspiring to introduce how the EU program works. And it's that global education is the education that opens people's eyes and mind to realities of the world and awake them to bring about a world of greater justice, equity, and human rights for all. So in this definition that has been used for over 20 years, as is the definition used in the Maastricht Global Education Declaration, which was also an important declaration to define the future program that currently now the Commission is implemented, global citizenship education is understood that this approach to support the integration of the SDGs as well in cooperation. So now moving to the European Commission, more concretely DG INPA, which is the former DG DEFCO, which is the Direction General in charge of international partnerships and therefore of cooperation policies, manage a very unique program, which remain called the DEAR program. Maybe this name could also evolve as we have seen the evolution in the narrative trends, I have just mentioned it. But so far, the European Union used the DEAR as overarching framework to encompass Above mentioned approaches, linking education with formal education, non-formal education, campaigns, awareness raising, advocacy, because all of these approaches are what make the uniqueness of DEAR action. So the EU DEAR program has its own story. 4 decades ago, the Commission decided to support development education and awareness raising projects, first only promoted by civil society organizations. At that time, the Development Education Fund was recognized as a role, recognizes the role that there was a role actually for institutions, such as the Commission, in supporting citizens on issues that were of concern to them, but that were not in the agenda of policymaking bodies. This is why defending global citizenship education is key, because as we see, education, just like culture, tends to be one of the dossiers that are first caught when it comes to crisis. After discussion between the Commission and non-governmental organizations led to the decision in 1976 to implement grant support for development education by offering NGOs what we call the right of initiative, which basically means the right to propose interventions on priority issues discussed between the Commission and NGOs. Initially, and this is very curious to know, there was not a requirement to work on projects on global citizenship education between several EU member states. But after, cross-border collaboration became a requirement for the receipt of funds during the later part of the 1990s. Then we moved to 2004, and the previous budget line to fund this kind of project is replaced by the non-state actors and local authorities in the development program. We move again to 2007, and because of the closeness to citizens, the cooperation of local authorities and cities as grant recipients is included in the programming document. In 2007, it was also the integration of teacher training institutes and local governments managing youth organization and community organization, which provide global citizenship education actions and support. They were included as well as grant recipients. So now we pass to chapter 2, because this story led us to explain what the DG INPA DEAR program that I have just explained in its history is now about, not in words, but in practice. So in the next slide, you will have also some inputs. Oh, this is just what I say. So sorry, chapter 1, we move to chapter 2. This is chapter 2. The DEAR program inspires and empowers people in Europe to take personal and collective actions to address global issues of social, economic, and environmental development. This is actually one of the main goals of the program. More in detail, the program overall objective is to have a more inclusive society with a developed sense of co-responsibility for local and global sustainable development and global challenges, notably global inequalities and ecological crises. This is where we see the importance put it in 2 priorities areas, climate and also the action of youth in external action that I will cite after. So on the level of impact, projects funded by this program are expected to collect stories demonstrating extent to which the program actually contributes to significant lasting systemic policy, social and environmental changes in the areas of sustainable development. And this proves us again that this event, which is about telling stories, it's an added value in the framework of this program, as it's exactly doing what the program aims to, telling stories, demonstrating what the cooperation is about. So the funding opportunities for 2022, so for the next year of this program, these funding opportunities are a bit more technical, so it continued to be an interesting chapter, but I hope it will continue to inspire you. Why? And then here I'm going to focus on how this program is going to work in the future year and what are the opportunities. So the main thing that you need to know is that you will not find any official guidelines or official information prior to the launch of the call. This goes in line with the fact that all the information provided on the calls are published at the same time for everybody in a fair manner so that all the stakeholders are informed at the same time. So the EU DEAR program works through a series of financial mechanisms, including call for proposals to fund the action of local and regional governments and their associations and civil society organizations, among others. The next DEAR call for proposal is expected to be launched in spring 2022, so in a few months, after the programming documents are finalized by the end of the year. The call for proposal will be published in the website that the Commission uses for publishing all the other call for proposals. And this call is expected to work in 3 areas. I mean, the action funded by this call are supposed to work in 3 areas. First one, in awareness raising, campaigning, or informal learning. Second one, formal and non-formal education. And third, advocacy. So the future DEAR program will consist of 2 sources of funding as well, coming from 2 different programs of the new INDICI Global Europe instrument, which is the instrument for cooperation. I'm not going to enter in the details of this, but just to inform you that there will be 2 DEAR call for proposals, so one next year and the other one in 2027, because this way the Commission aims to match the timing of the calls with the timing of the current multi-annual financial framework, MFF, which is running until 2027. So you can therefore expect that there will be a second call for proposal to be launched by the Commission in 2025. And after having explained this, I just would like to stress the importance of having partners like LRLG, which are all working also with Eastern Partnership partners. Why? Because in October, at the end of October, there was a meeting with various stakeholders, including Platforma, and we discussed the programming documents and the modalities for the future call for proposals. The report, where you can read the notes of this meeting with the Commission, are available online. And I would like to quote an interesting sentence. In global citizenship education, the global aspect is very important. So we need non-EU voices. We should not be too Eurocentric. Non-EU partners are very needed in education and campaigning for policy improvement, as they first challenge our concepts, second, change our practices to fight inequalities, and 3, for fair trade consortium campaigns and contribution from partners. That is just more than flying to a conference or participating in a publication. So with this quote, I would like to stress that there is this willingness also open on how to involve the action and partners of outside of the EU. And in this sense, I'm making the link with the action that LLRJ is doing in the framework of platform-funded activities on global citizenship education, like the European Days of Local Solidarity campaign that also aims to make the link between the cooperation actions done in local and regional governments in the EU with partners countries in the Eastern Partnership. So I think that I have some minutes left, and I would like to finish the chapter with some results of the previous DEAR program implemented, which also demonstrate the power of storytelling. In its 2020 review of the DEAR program, that co-financed again many actions of local and regional governments and civil society in that areas, the European Commission reported that as a result of previous DEAR-funded projects, over 200 local authorities included the 2030 Agenda in their action plans. Hundreds of schools included learning units on the SDGs into their educational plans and their teaching. International policies that impact poverty eradication, sustainable production and consumption, and climate change, so a lot of things have changed positively, so have been influenced due to the advocacy part of the program, and transparency of supply chains has been critically improved. There is also mention to youth, as it's going to be one of the areas where the DEAR program is going to focus for the future. And this is also linked to the fact that next year is going to be the European Union Year of Youth. Young people have joined existing movement, and numerous local actions have been organized across Europe in support of the SDGs, motivated by project activities funded. And if you want to know more about the project funded by the DEAR program, I invite you to take a look at the website of the EU DEAR program, where you will have the list of actually programs ongoing. And this is crucial knowledge because in view of the future DEAR call, it's also crucial to have this first-hand experience from currently ongoing DEAR projects. But I know that as part of the future speakers, we will also carry with a marvelous experience and storytelling from Bridge 47 and Cooper for Change, who are actually undertaking DEAR funded projects. So I hope that the vision and practical vision will be inspiring for you. And I also hope that you will be inspired by the EU DEAR program. And if you are interested in the future funding opportunities, don't hesitate to reach out to us through LLRJ as well. And if you have any question, I remain available. Thank you very much. And I give you back the floor.
Ļoti izsmeļošo un detalizēto stāstījumu par mūsu iespējām. Es jau teicu, rīkojamies lokāli un domājam globāli. Un to, kas aktuāls šobrīd ir globāli, mēs varējām uzzināt šajā prezentācijā. Vēlreiz paldies! Un tagad ir tāds jauns vārds, kur varbūt mēs nepārāk labi izprotam, bet kas kļūs arvien aktuālāks - attīstības izglītība. Attīstības izglītība un vispirms varbūt vizuāls ieskats, kā mēs un kā mūsu bērni var mācīties nākotnē. Un, protams, pēc tam sekos arī atbilstoša prezentācija.
Hi, my name is Antonia and I'm part of a project called Kalpir for Change. We want to introduce a new learning concept for schools with young people in Europe and the Global South. We work together with people in Denmark, Bulgaria, Slovenia, Italy, Poland, Austria, Bolivia and Tanzania. No nos van a parar, no nos pueden parar, no nos van a parar, no lo intenten jamás, no nos van a parar, no nos pueden parar, no nos van a parar, cada vez somos más. What is the project about? The project started with the city of Cologne. They initiated Kalpir for Change. Kalpir stands for Cultural Peer Learning. The idea is to bring together young people from the Global South with young people in Europe.
Conecta tu cuerpo, conéctate a la red, conéctate a la música, conecta tu ser, este oeste norte.
Both inside and outside of schools. The youngsters from the Global South are recognized artists and will prepare workshops and performances for the students in Europe. There is no teacher who dictates the way. Students will teach students on global problems and visions through their stories and creativity.
Te digo, conéctate, descubrite, anímate. Y si te digo, conéctate, es porque esto se comparte. No nos van a parar, no nos pueden parar, no nos van
we meet in Europe during workshops. Together, we will develop creative performances with political messages and discuss possible ways to become more active. The students work mainly on 3 topics, all are part of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals were initiated by the United Nations in 2015 to build an inclusive, sustainable and resilient future for the planet and its people. We focus on 3 goals. First, combating climate change. Second, protecting children's rights. And third, managing migration. Culture for Change provides new, innovative examples of learning methods. This could have an incredible impact on young people. They will start to influence policy, which is what is needed.
Cada vez somos más. Cada vez somos más. Sonido nuevo que te queda en la mente. Sonido nuevo que te queda. Conecta tu cuerpo. Conéctate a la red. Conéctate a la música. Conecta tu ser. Este, oeste, norte o sur. Kilómetros distancia, todos en autobús recorriendo el mundo entero. Los viajeros.
Tagad mēs lūksim projektu vadītāju Manca Štenic-Vernik sīkāk pastāstīt par to, kā un kas notika un kāda bija šī projekta iecere, lai mums būtu skaidrāki uzstādījumi attīstības izglītībai.
Hello everyone, and thank you for the invitation to present this wonderful project, Culture for Change. I'm Manca, I'm coming from Slovenia, and greetings to you all from a very gray and cold Ljubljana. But hopefully I managed to prepare some colorful insights, not to be gray and dull. Could I ask maybe for that I can share the screen? I see that it's already on. Okay, perfect. Just please let me know if you see and if everything is all right. Yeah, I hope you can see my presentation.
Just if you could make it full screen.
Yeah, like this? Okay. Perfect. Just let me know if something blocks or something stops, then I can try to correct it, okay? So yeah, I work as a project manager in an NGO called Humanitas, Center for Global Learning and Cooperation. We are based in Slovenia and we are around 20 years old. Actually, today, or not today, this year we celebrated 21st birthday. And we were proud members of a great consortium of organizations and municipalities that were coordinating also Culture for Change projects in the countries that you saw previously in the video. And I can just also a little bit apologize also because I jumped into this presentation really last minute. And this was of my dear colleague Antonia from Germany, who you saw explaining vividly about the project in the video you just saw. So let me just shortly explain what were the visions, inspiration, and the goals for Culture for Change project. And what does it mean? CalPeer is actually a short abbreviation for cultural peer learning. And for a change, it's also striving towards change. And I will explain a little bit more what we wanted to change, in fact. As you can see, the subtitle or the motto of the project was also transforming young people into global citizens. And we were asking ourselves really this hypothesis or the question of how our youth can become active global citizens so that they become not only reactive, but also proactive in terms of the global challenges ahead, affecting them as well as their own future. So how can they really co-create the present and the future together? And we really try to combine the development education as well as the global education methodology, which was nicely explained by Lur before in the previous presentation. So you could get a little bit of this theoretical background as well. And we tried to get this switch with the development education on the creative level. So combining it with creative methodologies, with art, trying to change our perspectives with this global cooperation in relations between South and North. And it was not just about collaboration, it was actually co-creating something meaningful and something sustainable. You will see later on when I present it. And it's really important to undertake such projects and to try to also get them into the formal education system as well, because with the development cooperation as well as the development education, it's really important that this is not our own single story of us presenting them, but it's actually them coming also to teach us, which is very, very important, so that we can learn constantly from each other. As you saw also, I was really glad before to see this photo of our mural. This was actually created by children in Slovenia with an amazing artist, Tintin from Bolivia and Jaime from Germany, originally from Mexico. And this is one of the most inspiring pictures, I think, from the project, which symbolizes Mother Earth, or Pachamama, which is called in Bolivian or Aymara, let's say, cosmovision of the world, and protecting the earth, which is the responsibility from all of us. As I mentioned before, the glue that stuck all these project activities together was, of course, art. Why art? We really thought that art can make us think out of the box, can prepare children to think out of the box. Also, it presents new ways of expressing themselves. It presents new visions of the world. And what is most important, I believe, if we come back to the global education definition that you heard previously, it really allows us to connect with our emotions. So it does not really address only the mind, but also the heart. And of course, art doesn't really need any translations. And in this project, we had 4 main activities, basically. I can sum up in these 4 points. So we had group visits from the global South, and they did interactive workshops in schools with the children. They did also theatrical performances for schools as well as for the general public. We had amazing experiences with our partners and friends from Bolivia, from El Salvador, from Ethiopia, from Tanzania, from Brazil, from India, from South America, from Kenya, and I'm sure I forgot some other partners that were really influential and inspiring. But you can also check also our website where you can see all of these global South groups. They are really well established partners. Sorry.
The presentation is not moving. Can we switch with my colleague who could share the presentation, because we still see just the first slides?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
That's
yeah,
okay.
Sure.
We'll just swiftly switch, and then you could indicate which slide should he show.
All right. Yes. So what did you see last?
Just the first one, the title.
Ah, just the title. Okay, then we can just go slowly through. This was the picture that I was telling you about, the mural. Then you can go further. Yeah, this is the one example of workshops and theater performances. Okay, we can go further. Yeah. Okay. This is not something that I talked about. So one of the target groups was also actually teachers, which was the most especially inspiring for me, because it allowed me to work with teachers more closely and also to show how teachers can be ready to get out of their comfort zones. As you can see here in this photo, we tried also theater methodologies with them, with our colleague Ana Salazar-Torres from Bolivia. And we have done many interactive workshops, and they were really inspiring and fun. Okay, we can proceed. Okay, yeah, one of the main activities also in the project were conferences, where we tried to combine the findings of all these interactive activities that we did in many European countries and present them on a more official level also to other stakeholders, like teachers, like municipalities, like educational authorities. So we actually gathered in the conferences in Poland, in Germany, in Slovenia, in Italy, in Bulgaria. And what you see here on the screen is actually the conference in Tanzania. That was really lovely story. It made a really big impact, especially for our partner from Tanzania, amazing Kigamboni Community Center. That's an NGO. They were really struggling. In fact, they provided after-school workshops for hundreds and hundreds of school children from the Kigamboni community, and were not really recognized as a potential partner with the educational authorities in Dar es Salaam. But after the conference, they were actually invited to the table as an equal partner. They actually got the license now to be an educational organization, which allows them also to open up their own schools, which is in fact the most surprising and inspirational, let's say, consequence of this conference. Okay, you can proceed, please. And of course, the last activity, which was accompanying all the previous ones, were creation of the murals in all of the partner countries that you heard. This is one example from Slovenia. We have done this mural, very symbolic and powerful one, with the community of Fridays for Future. In Slovenia, they are called Youth for Climate Justice. And they have been creating this with Tintin that I mentioned previously, the artist from Bolivia, and with Jaime, the artist from Germany / Mexico. What was most amazing with this process of all the mural making, we were talking with partners then lots and lots about these activities. In fact, this was the most transforming activity for the youth here in the global north, because the teachers and the youth were reporting that they truly relaxed, they connected with their emotions, they spoke on a different level about climate justice, about climate change, about our own responsibility of protecting the world, of connecting to the youth in other sides of the world. And it was also allowed to get there on another level with the help of this art. It's also a really sustainable result, because these murals will be there in our partner countries for many years, even until the end of the project or even further. So this will be something that will remind the youth maybe each day when they walk by or go to school. You can see also some other photos of murals below. We have created lots of them. You can go further, please. Yeah, we have created lots of them also inside the schools and inside classrooms. So I think this will be really inspirational also for the children to look on their own creations and see what they did together with the rest of the class. Okay, we can go further. Yeah, this is also an example of a mural that was actually being painted over a course of a month with the previous mentioned artists, Tintin and Jaime, with the help of local children. And behind this mural also stands an anecdote, amazing relationship that developed between the artists that were here every day painting and other neighbors that were living close by or next to this wall. And a true and meaningful relationship developed between them. They were bringing them food and water and chatted, even though they really did not speak English very well, these Slovenian neighbors. And when the time came to say goodbye, it was really emotional. They were crying and hugging, and you could see this relationship evolving during this 1 month, and how art can bring us closer together, even without words, maybe. Okay, we can go further. We were lucky to actually start this project before the Corona times. We can now call it Corona times because we're still in them. So this Corona and restrictions all over our partner countries presented a huge obstacle as well as the challenge how to develop these activities further without the groups coming here, because we couldn't actually bring them to Europe. So we were working really, really hard with partners from Global North and Global South on how to present their visions and their energy and bring them here anyways, with the help of online workshops and virtual chats and virtual exchanges. And we actually, I think, created a very meaningful tool on how youngsters here and from the Global South can still chat, can still get to know each other, get to know their own challenges, how we are different or how we are similar. And I think this is also one of the activities that we will continue even after the end of the project, because it's also very, let's say, eco-friendly. We're not traveling anywhere. We're not creating any, I mean, we are, but let's leave that, you know, the CO2 emissions. But still, this is something that we will continue. We try to continue. Yeah, we can go further, please. This is just one example, of how the energy can still be created, even out of the classroom from Slovenia, meeting the South African friends, Muka from Johannesburg, South Africa. Yeah, they did a lot of amazing workshops together, also with other South group partners. Okay, we can go further. Yeah. Another obstacle that we saw, of course, we could not bring our artists from Global South to Europe to create murals, which were planned in the project, of course. But we still tried to do some more activities with them and at the same time present some promotional material, explaining about the project, showing it in pictures, because we feel that pictures tell 1,000 words. And what you have in front of you is just a preview of the publication, which we will now present in December or maybe January. This will be the publication about all the murals that we have created around Europe and in Tanzania. You can go further. And we included also the interviews with all the artists of how they felt during this co-creation process, how they felt this relationship with the children evolved, what was important, how to undertake also this project of creating a mural if you want to do it yourself in your local community, etc. You can go further. This is one of my favorites personally, publications that we will create. This will be the coloring book for little children, created again with the wonderful Tintin from Bolivia. So we can at least provide or make pathways of how to learn about other visions of the world through the art of Tintin, and maybe this Andean vision, Pachamama, the cosmovision of the world, etc. So this will be available also in January, and we will distribute it to children across Slovenia. Okay, you can go further, please. We are nearing the end. So what provided us also the culture for change and its opportunity to learn also ourselves. It was actually a big challenge and a big inspiration on how to challenge our own mentality. This is just one example that I found quite humorous, but it's so true. what does sustainability even mean when we talk also in the terms of development cooperation and development education? We should be thinking at sustainability as if we're treating the world as if we planned to stay, because now we're treating it as if we still have many other planets to go to. And also, we can go further. Also changing our own worldview. Lur also mentioned before, we should not be so Eurocentric. This is just one example of the Mercator projection, which is still hanging in a lot of school classrooms around Europe. But in fact, when this map shrinks, you can see the real version of the world. So what we are actually seeing is not the real one, or how should I say? I forgot the word in English, so sorry. But yeah, the distorted picture of the world, then the true size can be seen on the screen. Okay, we can go a bit further. Yeah, and this is a great partnership of Culture for Change. Gave us lots of learning opportunities, lots of opportunities to decolonize our own minds, even our bodies, with all these activities, going out of the comfort zone, creating meaningful encounters and also lasting friendships. And maybe just for the end, I can show you a little 20-second video to give you a sense of how this energy can be also sent virtually. This was from our workshop with Muka from South Africa, when they sang us a song that was a protest song for Mandela when he was still in prison. And I think it's deeply symbolic also for the fight for freedom, for equality, for human rights. So maybe I can share it again, share the screen. We can at least try. If just let me know if you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just hope it plays. No, unfortunately, something stopped. We can try it again. Aha, can you see it now?
We can see, but without sounds. Maybe you could put the link in the chat so that everybody can watch it.
Yeah, I think you saw the energy that we could see also in the classroom being transported to the global north. And maybe just one finishing sentence to finish my presentation, to connect it also to your wonderful title of your webinar, which is, let me tell you my story. I feel that we have been telling the story from the West for the whole world too many times, even in the past. And I think now is the time to tell it together. The global north and global south, and this is our own responsibility here. So thank you very much.
Paldies, Manca. Paldies vispirms par ļoti tādiem krāsainiem, dinamiskiem un atraktīviem video. kas mūs iedvesmoja. Un paldies arī par ļoti informatīvo un krāsaino prezentāciju, kurā mēs redzējām vairākus dažādus piemērus, kas Latvijā arī varētu iedvesmot cilvēkus būt krāsainākiem, enerģētiskākiem, ja, un varbūt arī no tā rastos kāds mūsu attīstības sadarbības projekts. Paldies vēlreiz, Mansa. Tālāk, vēl viens attīstības izglītības piemērs, par kuru mums stāstīs Nora Forsbaka, taču vispirms mēs sāksim atkal ar video par šo projektu. Jā, iepazīstinās mūs ar šo.
The UN Sustainable Development Goals are an urgent call to action for us all. The 17 interdependent goals aim to end poverty, eradicate inequality, and protect the planet. To achieve the transformative vision of Agenda 2030, we need to change the way we think and act. This change requires transformative learning. Sustainable Development Goal 4. Quality education calls for inclusive and equitable quality education with lifelong learning opportunities for all. SDG 4 is a key to the success of all the SDGs because of the multiplier effect of education. The more opportunities for learning, the more the benefits are felt across all the goals. Each goal has specific targets. Target 4.7 is an ambitious target under SDG 4, aiming to provide us with the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development and make the SDGs a reality. It recognizes the importance of value-based education to promote sustainable development, including the importance of human rights, gender equality, and cultural diversity. These are all pieces of the same puzzle. We cannot isolate our issues if we're to succeed with our solutions. Target 4.7 demonstrates the transformative power of education, that light bulb moment, that learning journey of understanding how to shift our attitudes and actions towards a more sustainable future, ensuring people of all ages from all parts of society have the tools to critically examine the world around them and are empowered to act as global citizens in our shared world. In this next decade of action, we need to put Target 4.7 and transformative education at the forefront of our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is one test we can't afford to fail.
Thank you for sharing that video.
Projektu Bridge 47 mazliet sīkāk un detalizētāk.
Thank you very much. And thank you also for the opportunity to join you today and share our journey. I am going to share my screen, and I hope you're able to see my presentation in full screen now. If not, please let me know. My name is Nora Forsbaka, and I represent Bridge 47 and Fingo Finnish Development NGOs. It is really a pleasure to be here today. Very grateful for the invitation and the opportunity to not only share our story, but learn about the other inspiring stories that are taking place elsewhere. So before I tell you a little bit more in detail about the Bridge 47 project, I'll just take a moment to introduce the Bridge 47 network, which existed before the project started, and it continues to exist now after our Bridge 47 project has ended. And the Bridge 47 network was created to bring together people who are passionate about working with transformative learning, transformative education, be that global citizenship education, education for sustainable development, development education, but with any type of education that aims to transform the world. So we bring people together that are passionate to learn and exchange with each other And then we work together to change policies so that they are better reflecting the crucial role of transformative education. But I'm here to talk about the Bridge 47 project. So we have just now in July finished our project Bridge 47 Building Global Citizenship, and it was funded by the European Union DEAR instrument that Laura presented earlier today. And in our project, we had 14 partners across Europe and the globe, including in Latvia, and our joint purpose was to mobilize global civil society to take action on global justice and eradicating poverty through global citizenship education. And our project, here is a visualization of what we did. I've already introduced the network, so bringing together people that are passionate about transformative education under one umbrella to exchange and learn from each other, be that in a physical setting or more in these recent 2 years in an online setting. Then we work to change policies, as I've explained, both at the national, at the European, and at the global level. And in addition to that, we worked to broaden the scope of actors that engage with global citizenship education, that through our partnerships work. So we have worked to reach out to the unusual suspects, for example, private sector, media, and we've also worked with academia to exchange knowledge on the most recent research and practice on global citizenship education. And then the fourth and final element of work has been our innovation work that has been about deepening the discourse on global citizenship education and creating space for new innovations to emerge. And that has taken the form, among others, of trainings and of providing small subgrants to projects that have particularly innovative approaches. So this, in short, is what the Bridge 47 project was about. You'll see one element repeated across this slide, and that is the bridges, and that is there also in our name. And that represent a core element of what we've been trying to do, and that is build bridges, be it between the different strands of transformative education, so global citizenship education, education for sustainable development, and so on, but also between different actors. So building bridges between, for example, civil society, academia, policy makers, private sector, and so on. And that same building bridges element is there also in our work across countries, but also to the European and the global level. Another core element of our work, which is also represented in our name, is 47, and that we take from the SDG target 4.7. So as the video, the animation that we just shared explained, we see that this is one of the key enablers for us. Transformative learning is a key enabler of Agenda 2030, because to achieve the transformative vision, to achieve sustainable development, we do need to change the way that we act. And to change the way we act, we need to change the way we think, and that requires learning. And there are a couple of elements of both the Goal 4 and Target 4.7 that I'd like to particularly point out. We are often talking about youth being the ones to learn, but it's important for us to consider that transformative education should be for learners of all ages. Because it's not enough that youth learn. We need to change right now, and we need the people who hold the money and the positions of power right now to change and to learn. So transformative education for learners of all ages is one key element. And another is that transformative education covers all forms of learning. So it covers, yes, schools, as we've talked about today already, but it also covers non-formal learning. So that is kind of intentional learning, training courses and so on, which take place outside of the formal school setting. But it also covers informal learning, which is probably the most common form of learning and should hopefully even be taking place today in this seminar, but can take place at your workplace, at when you watch the television, when you visit a museum or a library, and so on. So these are a couple of elements of transformative learning that we find it important to remember. Now, that is what we think on kind of the overall level, but I'm sure you're interested in hearing some concrete examples of our work. So I've structured this according to the different elements of our work. So starting with advocacy, you've actually already seen one part of our advocacy work, which was the animation that you just seen. And we've tried to use a little bit of different creative methodologies in the way that we do advocacy. Of course, we've done the normal things, write letters, respond to consultations, meet with decision makers. But we've also used, among others, animations. And then you see here on the slide, or graphic recording from one of the events that we organized at the high-level political forum. And these creative methods that we have used, particularly the visual methods that we have used for our advocacy work, have received very good feedback. And the reason why we're doing this is that we believe that visuals can really go a long way to kind of helping unlock some thinking that just words potentially couldn't reach. I mentioned that one element of our work was around reaching out to those that normally do not work with global citizenship education. And that has required us to kind of sit back and think about how do we talk about these topics? How do we reach people who are not familiar with the language that we often use in the global citizenship education bubble. And that has meant that we've used a lot of time internally to try out different methodologies such as elevator pitches. We've used the hero's journey as a source of inspiration, where a hero is first called to action and then faces different obstacles along the way and trying to frame our journey in that way. We used storytelling exercises and really thought about the tone of voice as well. So what type of language do we use? Do we open up the kind of abbreviations and the technical language that we have? And then in our innovation work, one thing that we've experimented with is creating a mobile game app called Realtopia that displayed a kind of post-apocalyptic vision of a future. And this game we created together with high school students, a very participatory process. And with this game, we hope to encourage people to really reflect and also to motivate people to take action to navigate us towards a more positive future. And this game app is then accompanied, of course, by a teacher's manual with relevant exercises. And then one more example from our innovation work is our transformative learning journey, which is a longer term course that we have created for educators and trainers from across the world. A group of around 20 people come together to learn from each other mainly. So we've created a training cycle that you've seen described here as a picture as well, progressing through different stages, including both joint activities, but also individual action experimenting. So taking the learning back to your own context and trying things out. Now, this is the element of our work where we've really tried to go deep and deepen our understanding of global injustice and global citizenship education, and also try to experiment and try methodologies that are maybe not as common. So we've used forms such as metaphors, as you can see in this picture, with the roots of the tree going into the root causes of global injustices. You see there the butterfly, which is a common kind of symbol for the journey that people take, with starting from a larvae and then going into a cocoon and then becoming this beautiful butterfly. And then we've used different types of kind of physical exercises as well as nature-based learning. In one of our courses, we even had a participant write a song about their experience. So different types of creative methodologies used there. Now, because we are in Latvia, at least in spirit today, I wanted to share a couple of pictures of our work in Latvia, which actually has a little bit of a similar logic maybe as the Prepare for Change project showed their murals. We too have used big visuals that have been physically placed on the street where people can see and engage with them. So here are a couple of things we've done in Latvia. Now, I hope these examples, I know we're a little bit behind time, so I think I'm going to wrap up here. So I hope those examples can provide a little bit of inspiration. I know that this day is very inspiring for me to hear about what others are doing. And if interested in staying in touch, do consider joining the Bridge 47 network. I can share the links in the chat. Thank you very much.
Paldies, Nora. Paldies par to, kā var apgūt jaunu pieredzi, kā var apgūt jaunu pieredzi arī projektos. Vai mums patīk vai nepatīk, vai mēs to gribam vai negribam, pasaule kļūst arvien atklātāk, arvien plašāk, un mēs šajā atklātākajā un plašākajā pasaulē ejam iekšā. Un daudzos gadījumos tas liek mums izkāpt ārpus komforta zonas un saprast, kas tad ir tas citādākais, un ka tam citādākam arī ir tiesības pastāvēt, un ka tam citādākam arī ir vērtība. Paldies vēlreiz, Nora. Un tagad mums nākamais runātājs, Julians Doziers. Viņš pastāstīs par savu projektu, bet vispirms mēs atkal tradicionāli sāksim ar video.
Once life was simple. We were up to date with the latest fashion trends and growled at each other as a sign of affection. Fortunately, we learned quickly and we moved forward with leaps and bounds, also in the field of love. We got richer and richer, faster and faster, and built bigger and bigger. The world was ours, and we took everything we needed. We used all of the Earth's resources, dumped all our waste in the rivers, and built wherever we could build, and then it all came to an end. Luckily, we made a different choice. We realized in time that mankind depends on the Earth. we learned that we are part of a larger ecosystem and adjusted our economy accordingly. Through education, our society learned to think in terms of sustainable solutions. A green generation requires education in sustainability.
Un tagad Džoviens mums pastāstīs, kā ilgtspējīgas attīstības izglītībā mēs varam izmantot arī spēles.
Am I next?
Julian, the floor is yours.
Okay. So I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, exactly. Please do so.
Okay. Can you let me know if you see the full screen?
Full screen.
Okay. Good morning. I'm starting with a green screen because we have here a question often in front of our eyes. What does a successful future looks like? And that's a little bit what the previous video induced. Will we succeed? And we all want this future to be safer in terms of the climate disaster or the biodiversity crisis. So we think the future will be green, but that's just not enough. We think we need more details, and we're looking for more details on this, and are a bit lost at times. So what we need now in terms of our future is to have a plan. And my work has started with this plan, which is the allegory of the effect of the good government, painted by Ambrogio Lorenzetti in Siena in 1338. And I've found that we could usefully make a blueprint on this fresco of the Renaissance and transform the image into a modern equivalent with components which echo the world we know and in which we evolve. And that's where we are in terms of education. We want to teach for the future, but not just the kids. We also want to learn things ourselves and adopt new practices and new usages, which requires some form of learning, but practical learning and also cultural learning with new values linked to the adoption of reused material or reused goods. We want to be throwing less, and that requires us to share more, and we need to speak more between us to make sure we want to trust each other and be in a position to mutualize our efforts and our resources. Speaking to each other actually is very helpful in order to meet people who may become partners for life, and that reminds us that there is a lot of the education that starts at home in the values that are transmitted from parents to children, and also in relationship with the value systems of the families, and some are linked to the, religions, or all of us are at least related to moral values which organize our behavior. So there are things we learn and things we then turn into practice, and in the way we invest or the way we spend, the way the cities or the state invest for the common good, particularly here in public transport. And that leads us to also the transformation of our built environment and again, our production system. We know there are a lot of skills to learn and practices to change in our behavior, consumption patterns, which require both us adopting possibly new habits in what we buy, where we buy from, where the goods come from, but also who supports us with the deliveries of the goods. Where do these goods come from? Can we bike or not to go to work? And where are our factories based? Have they been relocated, or are they far and distant? Which means that we need a strong government here with a moniker, a mantra, which is to walk until and freely, so long as this commune maintains this good government, you will be protected from harm. That's the text we can read here in the center. We need strong government because we will need strong decisions to stop transforming our natural habitat into streets, roads, or houses. We need to protect the wildlife around us, and that becomes a political choice. It also comes down to the way we use our transportation system, whether we manage to reuse and share more of the resources. Again, with the interest of preserving local resources for other purposes than mobility or production, we want to be able to keep producing food nearby. And that's an indication that our entire system depends on a different relationship with nature. That's also how we want to learn from the past and transform also agricultural systems, reusing previous techniques, but adapting them to the modern know-how and usages. We want to be able to produce biogas, for instance, which we can inject in the pipelines afterwards. But our system depends on a range of biodiversity resources, from the forests or the open pastures, the ability to insert renewable energy systems, or the way we can use wind to complement our production, our propulsion systems for the ships. And that leads to a lighter footprint in general on where we are on this planet and how much infrastructure we require for our ways of life. I like to add up all these constituents into a systemic framework, and that's what Renaissance écologique is about. It's a visual representation of the components of a bigger system, like the SDGs. And I particularly liked the reference to SDG 4 in the way you were presenting it earlier in the other video. We want then to be connecting time, not just concepts, but time. And here is a proof that what worked in 1338 continues to be an inspiration for today. You see on the bottom left, the lady in red, she was a bride. Now we continue to have brides, but they're not wearing red and we have new representations. But that's the way we transformed the Renaissance painting into a modern equivalent. We kept exactly the same composition, which has adapted the representations to our world. If you want to read more, and if you can read French, you can read my book, Renaissance écologique, with a website dedicated to the community that uses the books and the methodologies. But I'd like to also show that we can continue to tell stories and here fire up our imagination, because I was recently in Siena and we could see that the design was here drawn in 2015, but look at what we can see in Siena today in 2020 or 2021. Clearly an identity in terms of locations, but also the components of this picture on the top right. It's exactly the same features that are drawn and are photographed. So it means we can think of this picture on the left as a link between time and location and people. Here is the farmer who was represented on the drawing, and look at the scales he's using. They are medieval tools, so we can think of ways of combining ancient and modern techniques, and that's what is our challenge. We have to be more savvy in reusing things that have been designed before oil, gas, and coal. We can also use the fresco as a functional template that connects any type of country or region. This is the work we're doing at the moment with the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. And we take a map, a geographical map, and connect the components of the map with a functional representation of the Grand Duchy of the fresco. And that's the work that you can follow on luxembourgintransition.lu, where we use the fresco for the strategy of the country for 2050. But we use the fresco to connect people, and that's back to the story, tell me your story. And we want people to be able to fill the fresco with their colors, with their imagination. And we can start with the youngest ones, here 3-year-olds. And they see the most important elements straight on. This handshake is vital. The attention and the dialogue between the lady in her wheelchair and the person in front of her. Well, we don't know who's the expert here. Maybe the lady is the doctor providing advice to the patient who's standing in front of her. And that's an idea that solidarity is at the foundation of our program. They spotted it straight on. Teenagers, a bit older, they understand the threat of the rising seas, so they're at a big wave, but also at a surfer because they want to have fun nonetheless. With kids, we can show how the process works. They have a first discovery, and then they can start engaging with the fresco and look at the results and the energy from the group after the exercise with their teachers. We can connect the world. I also heard previous speakers mentioning the dialogue between the North and the South, and here is a proof that universal values work. We can connect this template with really any situation in the world. And Jean in the middle is commenting on the fresco by adapting it to his village in Africa near Suzunco, which is a lakeside place in Benin. But the same drawing travels to New York, or has been used for the citizens of the French Climate Citizen Assembly. It's being used by elders in councillors who are drawing their assignments for their respective tasks in city halls. It also connects people from different backgrounds or walks of life. Here is a family of philanthropists to look at the smiles and look at the gesture, and you will see that we can replicate exactly the same energy and moves with climate activists. So connecting people who no longer actually meet each other now. And that's also what we can achieve with a vision that helps us tell a story in companies, in larger groups, to plan for the change of territories. And we also have the opportunity of telling stories online, adding more data or videos, and you can follow our Advent calendar, which is currently published on YouTube every day in this month of December, which means that our approach is to start with beauty, to start with a drawing that fires up our imagination, and we want to have fun with it. That's where we think we can add some fire and energy, because the threats are dire, and Greta is certainly right to be worried and to highlight the threats. But look at what's happening when you fire up your imagination, your action. You move people at 8 million on our street, and look at her face, look at her smile, and that's what actually action brings. So showtime, we think with this fresco, we can connect people, we can connect places, we can connect time, and we can connect ideas to energy, to results. And that's where we want to go. We want action, and we want to be able to meet the challenge, and we can do it. Thank you. should we have some dialogue or questions?
If there's no question in the chat.
Lūdzu, jautājums Julianam.
Apparently everything was clear.
Jautājumi. Paldies par ļoti tādu filozofisku prezentāciju. Patiešām ekoloģijas renesanse mums ir nepieciešama, jo agrākos laikos mēs dabiski dzīvojām ekoloģiskā vidē un sekojām tām visām likumsakarībām. Daudz ko mēs no tā esam progresa rezultātā arī pazaudējuši. Un nākas atgriezties agrākos laikos, bet atgriezties jau pavisam citā pasaulē. Pasaule, kura ir savā starpā ļoti cieši saistīta, un kur mūsu viena prakse ir saistīta ar citu cilvēku praksēm citās pasaules reģionos un citās teritorijās. Es domāju, tas arī varētu būt kāds motīvs mūsu attīstības sadarbības projektiem. Ja? Paldies, Julian! Un tagad atkal mēs paskatīsimies video. Un pēc video būs stāstījums, kura autors ir Thijs Struiks, par to, kādā veidā varētu tapt ar ilgtspējīgu attīstību saistītas spēles.
In onze vorige video kwamen we op tijd achter dat we onderdeel zijn van een groter systeem. Door onderwijs leren we als samenleving te denken in duurzame oplossingen. Om te ontdekken wat duurzame ontwikkeling nu echt van mensen verwacht, presenteert Groene Generatie
de Sustainability Game. Een game om samen met jongeren, bedrijven en onderwijs te werken aan duurzame kennis en skills. Frank meldt zich aan en vult zijn gegevens in. Eerst krijgt hij een aantal kennisvragen. Daarna worden zijn skills, zoals systeemdenken, op de proef gesteld. Tot slot test Frank zijn waarde en houding ten aanzien van duurzaamheid. Als Frank klaar is, weet hij wat zijn sterke kanten zijn en waar hij aan kan werken. Ook Franks collega's spelen de game. Alle individuele uitslagen worden vervolgens samengevoegd. En zie hier, het duurzame competentieprofiel van de hele organisatie. HR kan direct aan de slag. En wat voor werknemers kan natuurlijk ook voor studenten. Zo beproeft de game de duurzame competenties van scholieren tot doorgewinterde professionals. Wil jij weten hoe het werkt? Of denk je een sustainability gamer te zijn? Doe mee via thesustainabilitygame.nl.
Un tagad Thijs mums pastāstīs par uzņēmumu The Sustainability Games, jā, par to, kas notiek, kas tiek darīts un kāpēc tas mums varētu būt interesanti.
I am here, but I have no video yet. Somebody has to enable my video so I can show myself.
Es dodu vārdu tātad Thijam Struikam, kurš pastāstīs par tādu uzņēmumu, kurš ir specializējies ilgtspējīgu spēļu izstrādē, ja es pareizi sapratu.
Nice. Normally you should be able to turn on your camera, but
it says unable to start video.
Unable to start your camera or your video. To start sharing the screen or to open the camera. What was your question exactly?
It says in Zoom you can't start your video because the host has stopped my video. So maybe someone has to enable.
My
yes, there we go.
Perfect.
Hi, hello everybody.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Thijs Struik from the Netherlands. I'm an anthropologist on learning and sustainability. And you just saw I think you saw 2 videos. The first one was in English, the second one was in Dutch. So I hope your Dutch was excellent, so you could fully understand what the video was all about. But I'll explain something first about where I come from and what we're doing now. So this video you first saw, it was a green generation requires education for sustainability. And one of the former speakers already said that to change the way we act, we have to change the way we think, and that requires learning. And a green generation requires learning about sustainable development to be able to act on it. This video was the starting point from a political lobby in the Netherlands, which I started with 40 youth organizations and 6 Dutch employers. And we negotiated a treaty to stimulate education for sustainable development in the Netherlands. And we got a majority in parliament. And then you hope it will end up into policy. And although there was some policy created, but it's without speed, and people are still discussing which ministry should have the lead in this. And so I'm a little bit an impatient guy, so I thought, well, I'm going to start my own learning platform, and it's called the Sustainability Game. So I'm going to share my screen, and here is our website. It's called sustainability.games, and we help organizations to transform towards sustainability. And I'll open the page of the white paper, and here I have the framework and the features. So based on the UNECE competency framework for sustainable development for educators, we designed a platform, a framework where we can configure sustainability games. And what you see in your screen here is a gamified benchmark. So we say, well, if you have the capability to perform sustainability in action, you have to have a certain level of awareness, a certain level of knowledge, a certain level of skills, a certain level of values, and you should be able to cooperate to enable sustainability. Our framework is built of competency blocks based on the UNECE competency matrix for sustainable development, and each block measures a competency like knowledge or skills or values. And our framework is constructed from these competency blocks, and within these competency blocks we have game rounds. And in a game round, you see here some interaction types. We have games like Good or Better, an Earth Builder, a Match Quiz, a Tinder quiz, where you have to swipe to the left or to the right if you like it or you don't like it. A value compass, second chance multiple choice questions. We have team profilers, impact calculators, questionnaires, polls, but also actions you have to perform and prove that you have performed the action. And with these blocks, we create games. And if we connect games to each other, we create challenges or tracks, learning tracks. And that is how the framework works, to assess and educate society. And we do it for corporations, but we also do it in education. And I'll come to an example of that soon. So here is the learning journey we're trying to create to transform the client's capability towards sustainability. So it always starts with something small, like a conversation starter to grow a consciousness. And then we have a booster, and then you develop some understanding about what sustainability is and how it aligns with your company's or your organization's ambitions. Then we can identify strength and talent. We can identify people in an organization that are very talented on the cause of sustainability. So you can create ambassadors and change agents in your organization, and we'll train them on educator programs so that our platform can really scale within an organization. So we train ambassadors and change agents to use the platform and to use the tracks. So a set of mini games to educate your colleagues or your students. So it's learning knowledge and skills. And then there's also the impact program, where you have to perform actions and to prove that you were capable of performing these actions. It's called Small Actions, Great Impact, because if one person performs a small action, that's good. But if you can show that 1,000 people have performed this small action, it has great impact. You can really reduce your use of material, your use of energy, etc. And this is the way we create learning journeys within organizations. So let's step to the next step. I'll show you an example. This is the Big Topics platform. It's still in Dutch, but it's multilingual. So we can also create games in other languages with language files. And I'll show you quickly how the platform works. So everything is based. You can play it individually, but the real strength of the platform is that you can play in like with a team, like with Kahoot or Mentimeter, only then more in depth. So I'll show you one. We created for the COP26 in Glasgow. We created a little game to create some awareness about what is needed to create a good COP. So you start to generate a team code, like Latvia demo, and you can all grab your phone and scan this QR code, or you go to bigtopics.today and you fill in 9366. You don't have to do it right now, but if you want to do it, just scan it and you can play the game now or in your own time. So we go to the live board, and you will see entering all the players. You will see the progress. There are rounds. The game is built of competency blocks and rounds. You can see where people are in the game. You can see the scores and how many points they gathered. And here I have my play mode, and I can guide the play while everybody is logged in. So I'll give you a short demo. You can also add groups and function groups or business units. And in this case, we added continents. I give my age and my gender, and we start playing. And maybe some of you just scanned the QR code. I'm not sure. No, nobody did. If you still want to do it, you can do it here. But I'll just show you how a game works. So here I have the good cup, get cup. We got some first questions. It's the A-B interaction type. We have two options to answer the question. They're really about the UN conference, about why this COP is so important. Maybe A, it's to discuss progress on national plans, or it's to cooperate openly and decisively to take great measures. Both are good, but one is just better, maybe a lot better. So you give some answers, and then you get your first feedback. Well, with your answers, it's not totally wrong, but we will not create a great COP this time. The next one is about the real problem. You get some deeper into the material. This is the Earth builder. Here you see the Earth. 4 elements are covering landmass, and you have to throw them on the Earth in the right ratio. So how much landmass is about built environment, how much agriculture, how much is nature, and how much is desert. You just drag them on like this to have the right proportion and just throw it on. I won't get into any details now, just to give you an idea how the mini games are working. You throw them on the Earth, and you get the real answers. So the built environment is less than 10%, agriculture already 40%, nature is less than or about 20 to 30%, and desert is also almost 30% covering the Earth's landmass. So you have your awareness score, and then we'll go to knowledge. And this knowledge round is about 14 crazy facts. And these crazy facts are about, as well, since 1900, the population of people nearly 5-folded from 1.6 to 7.8 billion globally. Is that true or false? Well, it's true. And I'll just give you the answers right away. All these crazy facts are true. So it gives you a sense of urgency. This one is really, really crazy, actually. So you can mine 70 times more gold from 10,000 pounds of wasted laptops than from 10,000 pounds of raw ore that is mined from the Earth. So there's more gold in urban mining situations than below ground. So we swipe to the right, like with Tinder. As I said, all these crazy facts are true. Just to point out how crazy our world is today. And then you can give feedback with a GIF in this situation. So perfect score, all 14 statements are true. So we have our knowledge score, and then we go to values. And this one is about willingness. It's an A-B interaction type again. So, and this is also about the circularity R. So to refuse, to reduce, to recycle, and your willingness to do that. Are you prepared to refuse air travel and take the train when going on a holiday? Yes, as long as flying is not sustainable, or why should I? I need holiday for leave anyway. So you have to just to be honest, but also you understand what is really needed to in your values to change the way we act today. Are you willing to reduce meat and dairy consumption by 50%? Everything for a sustainable society. Sorry, I cannot imagine a diet with less meat. So just be honest. You answer these questions, and then you get an idea about the willingness of this group. And last question. Swipe to the right if you still believe that there's a way to sustain our common future. Well, I do believe so. I hope you do believe it too. So we finished our game. We have our individual profile, and then some commercial, and then you get your badge. So if I would be at the COP in Glasgow, it would definitely be a good COP, and here you can challenge others to be a good COP as well. This shows how the individual play works, and if other people would have been playing, nobody was, then I would create some analytics here, and we could talk about the result of the entire group. I can show you a little demo of that one to find a team with more players. Let's see, we've got one here. So this was a game I played with some Italian companies, and we see that there were about 8 players that finished the game, 9 players started, and here we see they had an average awareness of 95%, and the knowledge was around 60%. And you can chat with the Glassroom of your team about your result, where you are, and what you need to do to improve. And you can pick another game to improve your capability. So this is what we do for organizations, but as I said before, I come from education, a political lobby to stimulate education for sustainable development. So we also translated this platform towards sustainability lessons for primary education. Here you see the example, it's in Dutch, but we can, with language files, we can translate into any language you want. We only need the translator because I'm not very good in Latvian. I must be honest about that. So here are some games as well. So if I want to play a game, I have here my public games, and if I log in, I have more games to play, and I can also create my Quizmaster account so I can play these games with my class. So I'll show you shortly how a sustainability lesson for primary education looks like. So here we go. We can also, with the QR code, we can get it to our phone, but I'll just play it on my desktop. So this is a sustainability lesson for everyone, for iedereen staat here. It means for everyone. So it's also very educative for adults. So I give my nickname. I say if I'm a boy, a girl, or something in between, or something else. I'm in group 8 of primary education. It's the last group in Dutch education, in primary education. And we continue, get a little movie about the future, a future we don't want, because our lifestyle is not compatible with the boundaries of Mother Earth. This is a team from the future. It's Peter Improvement, Leah the Leader, Sarah Together, and Donna the Thinker. So they're an interdisciplinary team to stop negative impact. Then there's a little explanation video about what is negative impact. It's about consumer choices, about production choices. If everybody on Earth would live like a Dutch person, we would need 3 Earths in material and energy, and that's just too much. And we have to reduce it. And negative impact has also impact on other life on Earth. We also saw in the Earth Builder in the Good Cop, Bad Cop game that there's only 20 to 30% left of pristine nature for other life to prosper on our precious Earth. And that has some consequences. So here's the Earth Builder again for children. So we throw them on the Earth. La la la. And we continue. So if there's not much space left for people, animals get into trouble. Dieren in nood, animals into trouble. And this is a match quiz, and you have to connect the trouble which causes an animal to become into trouble, a cause to get into trouble. So the turtle here is getting into trouble because of the plastic soup. And the orangutan is getting into trouble because of deforestation. The ice bear is getting into trouble because of climate change. And there are no animals here because there is no biodiversity at all. And then you get some feedback. You can discuss this with the classroom, and you go to the next round. And here you connect human behavior to the cause of this trouble for the animal. Plastic soup is caused by plastic use. Climate change is caused by, for example, flying. Low biodiversity is caused by insecticides and pesticides. And deforestation is because of oil palm, soya production, etc. So here we connected the impact of people to the earth, where there's not much space left for other life to prosper. We connected it to how animals get into trouble and how this trouble is being caused by human behavior. Then you get your awareness again, and then we go to values. This is the goat versus wolf game, but we translated it for kids to falafel versus frikandel. It's the plant snack and the meat snack. There are 7 moral dilemmas. You have to choose what you really do in practice. So to give you an example, it's cold outside. Do you turn up the heat? Well, of course, I live in a house and not in a tent. And the falafel would say, well, I'll wear 3 sweaters if needed. So just decide which one I am. And then the message is, well, you make a lot of sustainable choices, and sometimes you just need to cheat. You have to create fun in life, but we don't have to be too rigid. We have to find a balance in everything we do. That's the message here. So you get your value score, and we go to knowledge. You got a little movie about the Sustainable Development Goals, and that you have to do it together because there's Sarah together. And together we have to realize these Sustainable Development Goals. And in the next game, it's a knowledge game. We're going to connect to the goals, why they are there, that there's still a lot of adults in the world that are working on a better world. It's not the responsibility of kids, but we have to be prepared as kids also to incorporate sustainability in our thinking. So you can see something about the goals. You can discuss it with the classroom. So there are 8 goals for a sustainable society. There are 4 goals for a sustainable living environment, and there are 4 goals for sustainable economy. And in this game, you will get acquainted with these higher level of the 7 goals. And this is a matter of understandable reading. I'm not sure if that's a good translation, but it says using stuff in a responsible manner. You do by repairing a machine, or by buying bananas with a fair trade label. So it's about stuff, so it's about repairing. So this way you get acquainted with the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is the basic game, the first game. There are 9 games in a row. There's also a dedicated sustainability game or Sustainable Development Goals game. And here it's about sustainability in action. You have to perform. It's about applying the circularity R, like refuse, reduce, recycle, and you have to decide if it's more sustainable or less sustainable to perform this action. And if it's more sustainable, you swipe to the left, right, and if it's less sustainable, you swipe to the left. So let's finish it. And we tell something about the R of refuse, the R of reuse, the R of reduce, and in the end, you get your personal score, and you also get the classroom score. And you get your badge, of course, and you can share it with your other students if you like. So in a nutshell, that is what we've been doing. So it started with this little video about the green generation requires sustainability and then we designed our own learning platform, and we do it for professional organizations, but also for education. And we train quiz masters to utilize the platform to create lesson with your students. So I think that was it. Was I in time? Did I do it within 20 minutes?
Everything was perfect. Thanks a lot.
Any questions?
Nothing in the chat, unfortunately. Maybe everything was too clear.
Let's hope so.
Par ļoti interesanto iniciatīvu, jo laikam visinteresantākais veids, kā mācīties, ir mācīties spēlējoties. Un es gribētu vaicāt, kas ir jūsu platformas apmeklētāji? Vai tie ir tikai jaunieši un tās ir formālās izglītības iestādes? Varbūt ir arī pieaugušie, kādi darba kolektīvi?
Thijs, there was a question from the moderator about the platform. Who is frequently coming to play? Are these mostly children, youth, or grown-ups as well? Have you made such a survey?
Well, we had over 200,000 players in the last 4 years. So how it works is that we train people to become a quiz master on a platform, and then they start playing the games with their teams. And the same counts for education. So we train teachers or volunteers that do a guest lesson at a primary education school. So I think about 20,000 children now had the sustainability lesson from our platform. And for education, the sustainability lesson is free. That's an important notice. So actually companies and governments are paying for the services, but for education, we create this free track of sustainability games. So it's not that people out of their own go to our platform and start playing a game. It would be nice if that would happen in a few years, but now it's all organized and hosted.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Un vienlaicīgi jums jau atspoguļojās arī noteikta šo spēļu rezultātu statistika, cik tad dažādās vecuma grupās mēs esam zaļi domājuši un gatavi būt zaļi. Nu, gandrīz vai kā tāds socioloģiskais pētījums beigās sanāk, vai ne tā?
Was that a question?
Yeah, I think you can't hear the question. The question was, have you seen by the age groups what is the biggest proportion of those who have played in between, I don't know, up to 15, from 15 to 25, or have you seen by the age groups?
Yeah, because you have to fill in your age in our game, so we can create statistics and data aggregations on gender, on age groups, on business units, on school level, etc. And the game for primary education was developed for this group 7 and 8 of primary education. So that's the age group between, I think, 9 and 11 or 8 and 11. So all children that play the sustainability games, I think 90% is in the age group of 9 to 11. But what we do see in companies is that the high performing groups are always somewhere between the 25 and the 35. So young people are, they have the highest sustainability profiles. So it's the platform was built
Tas
based
nozīmē,
on
ka rezultātus var izmantot arī politikas veidotāji, ilgtspējīgas politikas veidotāji.
I think you don't hear him. That's why I will interpret directly to you. The moderator said that it seems that the results of the age groups and who is playing and how frequently can be used by those who are making policy.
Yeah,
actually. And
exactly. That's why I started this platform, because we negotiated this treaty in the Netherlands with a majority of parliament, but policy didn't really follow up. So there was created some policy, but it didn't really boost education for sustainable development. So as I said, I'm a little bit an impatient guy. So I thought, well, I'm going to make an assessment and to test as many people as possible to create data that can help policy to more fine-tune how education should be organized based on these data patterns. So it all started with an assessment, but people don't like to play assessments, so we made gamified assessments, and then it evolved into the sustainability games.
Liels paldies, ļoti interesanti. Tā, un tagad mūsu noslēdzošā prezentācija, Tremors de Nigo, izglītība klimatam, kā jauna iniciatīva, kā jauna tīklošanās un par savu pieredzi, tātad par šo pieredzi mums būs prezentācija.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your invitation. So we'll try
paldies par uzaicinājumu.
To be very short in 5 minutes to explain what we're doing at the European Commission.
Īsi.
I hear another voice in my headset, so I don't know if it's normal.
Those are something with interpretation channels. Maybe we could have some 10 minutes technical adjustment break.
May I go ahead?
I
Yes?
think you can go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So I'm Tremors de Nigo. I'm working at the European Commission. I'm a teacher by training and by heart, I must say, turned into a policy officer. I want to talk to you very briefly. We'll go straight to the goal about something called Education for Climate Coalition. I put the link on the chat. You can already go there and register. That's my main message. I could stop here, but let's be serious. What it is, it's a community of practice which is launched by the European Commission. Thijs Struik was saying before that he was impatient about the policy movement towards more education for environmental sustainability. And I must say that 2021 is an important year at European level because the European Commission is coming with 3 main initiatives regarding education for environmental sustainability. On one hand, we've got a council recommendation. So it might sound very technical, but it's very, very important. It's a recommendation that will be adopted in January and hopefully adopted by the Council during the French presidency on education for environmental sustainability. It means that it will invite member states to foster their own capabilities related to education for environmental sustainability. It will help a convergence towards green education, let's say. So that's very important. On the other hand, there is something which is a European competence framework on sustainability. That competence framework is something we also badly need because it will help us define what we call the green skills. And at the moment, it's not quite clear what we're talking about. So that will greatly help us better align regarding the definition of these green skills. And the third thing is what I'm going to talk about now, which is a community of practice. So what is a community of practice? This is this. So I will try just to increase, of course, my screen. So I don't know if you see. So we are coming from these priorities. That community of practice has been announced on the 25th of November. So 2 weeks ago, during the first ever Education for Climate Day. And by the way, that event will be reproduced every year. So every year there will be an Education for Climate Day, inviting the whole community to gather and to think and exchange ideas and information about education for climate or education for environmental sustainability. That's what we did on the 25th. On this occasion, our commissioner, Maria Gabriel, launched a very online collaborative platform I'm going to talk about. Thijs Struik was there. Julien Dossier was there because they are already members of that community, and we are trying together to build up from there something together. So as you can see, it's on the top, it's a European participatory community, and it's for teachers, educators in the broad sense of the term, pupils and students, and education stakeholders. It could be people coming from associations, NGOs, or policy officers from public authorities. And what we're trying to do together is to focus on these 5 priorities that you can see there: training teachers, changing behaviors, raising awareness, developing, of course, green skills and competencies, and bridging the education with science. On top of that, because what we're doing is always based on a participatory approach, we've been working with already teachers, education stakeholders, and students, and together we came up after a lot of focus groups and workshops to that conclusion, which is the common objective we have. It's what we call our manifesto. As you can see there, the goal on the top is to develop European education capabilities to support the changes needed for a climate neutral society. This is the goal. We know for sure we've got goals to respect. We've got to reach climate neutral society, climate neutrality in 2050. It's impossible to get there without having education on board. So what we're trying to do here on the left, as you can see, is to advance as a participatory community. That's the main basic, really the main philosophy of our community. And what we're trying to do on the right is to tackle fragmentation. What does that mean? Is try to bridge people, initiatives, countries, regions, towns, whatever, and schools, of course, teachers, pupils together in order to better collaborate and share ideas, information, but also to co-create together. So this is why we came up with that proposal. And now I will finish by showing you, which is certainly the most important thing, the very platform that you can access online. So my main message here is for you to register, of course, and to grow that community. So what you will be able to do there, you see these boxes of different colors are the different actions you will be able to do that there. It's a pure online collaborative platform, quite powerful, that give you a possibility to do many things. The first thing here is to search and connect with people. So basically, it's a big phone book, if you want, of all people interested in education for environmental sustainability. So be it policy officers, teachers, or students. So you can connect with them. You can also look for them. So it's and then, of course, liaise and engage in a conversation with the people you find on the community. So it's quite slow today, but I'm sorry. So I can find, for instance, that So I'm back. I don't know if you stopped because there was my connection was cut. So shall I go ahead?
You Go ahead. Everything stopped, but maybe you could.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Again.
My connection apparently has stopped, so I don't know what happened. But anyway, so I will finish and try to refresh, of course, everything. So I was inviting you to register to our platform, and I just wanted, I don't know where I stopped, so maybe I will repeat myself. I'm sorry about that. I was looking at the profile of Thijs Struik, who was with us before. So Thijs is there. He's got a profile. He presents himself, of course, but I can also see all the actions that he went through. So, for instance, on that platform, Thijs is proposing us a challenge. The amazing game that he's been developing, that he presented to you before, he would like to ask for translation. So this is the sort of thing that can be done in that platform. And this is where I will finish, to go back to the homepage to explain what you can do there. So you can connect, as I explained before. You can also engage in a conversation by asking questions and answering, of course, to the questions of all the people you will meet there. But you can also, which is another layer of complexity in that platform, engage in what we call community challenges in the challenge experimentarium. So basically, because of the community management we're doing, we can approach you based on the conversation you had with people and propose you to co-create and ideate a challenge together based on your needs. So for instance, if Thijs asking for the translation of his game encounters a high level of request, I mean, we could consider with him on teachers, students, on education stakeholders, the way to propose a translation of his game. That would be a concrete outcome that would be then on the last part of that platform stored in the knowledge library. So as you understand, and I will stop here because I'm looking at the clock, you understand that that community is at the beginning. It will be, and that's always what I say when I'm talking about that platform, it will be at the end what you make out of it. So it very much depends, of course, on your own contribution and participation. So I think it's a very exciting time ahead. I hope we will be able to contribute to the setting up of a few challenges on that platform. And I will end by just asking you and inviting you to register to the platform. Thank you again.
Brīnišķīgs šī webināra noslēgums, jo jūs savā prezentācijā salikāt tos visus galvenos akcentus, kas šodien jau izskanēja, un tajā pašā laikā parādījāt to pirmo soli, ko mēs varam darīt tālāk. Nu, piemēram, pievienoties šai te kopienai. Ja? Vēlreiz paldies! Un līdz ar to mūsu webinārs praktiski ir noslēdzies. Un ko es no savas puses gribētu teikt? Tad, kad sociāliem zinātniekiem, sociologiem, filozofiem prasa, kas tad notiek ar mūsu pasauli, vai mums ir progress vai regress, viņi nedos konkrētu atbildi. Viņi teiks, jāskatās no sabiedriskās dzīves jomas, jāskatās no reģiona, jāskatās no daudziem faktoriem. Tomēr gandrīz visi ir vienisprātis par vienu lietu. Mūsu pasaule kļūst daudz dažādāka, daudzveidīgāka un dinamiskāka. Daudzveidība un dinamika pieaug. Un līdz ar to šo mūsu pasauli vairs nevar vadīt no viena centra vai no dažiem centriem. Un ir nepieciešama ikviena cilvēka līdzdalība visos šajos te procesos. Protams, Glāzgovā valdības vīri un sabiedrisko organizāciju lieli vadītāji var pieņemt lēmumus un mūs mudināt, taču reāls pārmaiņas nenotiks, kamēr tas nenotiks šajā te mikro līmenī, kamēr tas nenotiks lokāli. Un tāpēc varbūt ir svarīgi tie projekti ilgtspējības un zaļas domāšanas veicināšanā, attīstības, izglītības jomā, ka tie palīdzēs visai sabiedrībai iesaistīties šo globālo, ļoti sarežģīto un aktuālo jautājumu risināšanā. Paldies visiem webināra dalībniekiem. Mūsu stāsti ir izstāstīti. Protams, stāstot attālināti gadās arī kaut kādas tehniskas kļūmes un tehniski jautājumi, bet es domāju, ka šī bija laba prakse, kādā veidā mēs varam stāstīt un mēģināt jau nākošajā reizē ar visām tehniskām problēmām tikt labāk galā. Un galvenais jau ir tas rezultāts, vai mums ir kāda jauna ideja, kāda doma, un tad, kad tiks izsludinātas jaunas programmas, projektu konkursi, mums jau būs kaut kāda iecere piedalīties, atrast partnerus, mēs varēsim startēt. Paldies webināra organizētājiem, paldies Latvijas Republikas Ārlietu ministrijai, paldies Latvijas Pašvaldības savienībai, un paldies arī šai te pašvaldību tīklojumam platformā. Uz redzēšanos!